Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Good morning, YouTube. Thank you so much. I made it on time, YouTube. I made it on time. TikTok, what's good? TikTok, we do not stop. And of course, I gotta say good morning to everyone listening on internet radio. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day so far, no matter where you are in the world. It is Wednesday, May 7, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee and Tow, World News on the Go. 4 hours, yes, 4 hours filled with, or more. You know how it already goes. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. And you can hear Coffee and Tow live on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JadoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. And madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. We're live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Please do not forget to subscribe. It's free. Yeah, subscribing is free. And we are live on TikTok starting at 9:50. Coffee and Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on up to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Shop today at www.grantcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. Coming up in the Caribbean corner, new Belize Police Commissioner backs 6-month state of emergency. Haitians march against gang violence, demand political resignations. Kuwait regrets calling children Lego beasts, but stands by substance of criticism. Prime Minister says doctoral degree gives new outlook on tackling gun problem. Pew pew problem. Got slaughtered yesterday by TikTok. Gotta change my words. My apologies, TikTok. South Florida businessman Philip Wong donates US $1 million to St. George's College. Jamaica targets Gulf tourists with plans to ease the rules. Las Noticias, US jury's $30 million verdict brings hope for Cuban exiles over confiscated land. Gold mining suspended in Peru's north after miners were unalived. On the international scene, what we know about India's strike on Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Feeding the hungry will be harder than ever for the world's largest food aid agency. China's evaluating a U.S. offer to engage in trade negotiations. Tariffs. Scholz to hand over power in Germany to sound off feminist anthem Respect. Rwanda in talks to accept legal migrants from America. as a favor to the U.S. in exchange for money. Sudan fails in attempt to make UAE accountable for acts of genocide. Ugandan activist asks HSBC to put lives before profit as campaigners target bank's AGM. And also on the international scene, Pope Francis's Pope Mobile to turn into health clinic for Gazan children. Also coming up, news out of North America. Critics warn DOJ is being politicized despite vows to end its purported weaponization. Homeland Security Chief says travelers with no real ID can fly for now, but with likely extra steps. Trump, Carney face off in Oval Office leaves gaping differences on tariffs. 51st state, it ain't gonna happen. We have TikTok talk. Former Home Secretary Suella Braverman has lambasted Starbucks for hypocrisy. It's the symbol of law and order. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. It made 0 sense. What makes sense anymore? White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt warns criminals. Miles Taylor said he plans to fight back. Chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee traded stocks of oil and gas companies, and Rep. Lauren Underwood repeatedly challenged Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. And business and tech news brought to you by Grant's Coffee House, from our farms to your guts. US and China set to start tariff talk this week. Yeah, let's see how that goes. In health and science news brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you. Immunotherapy helps certain cancer patients avoid surgery. We hope this is the future. And Americans still do not know how and when to wash their hands. Really, people? Really? You use the bathroom, you wash your hand. You touch anything, you wash your hand. You sneeze, you cough, you wash your hands. You handle food, then we just keep washing your hands non-stop. Let's leave the BS on that one. And believe it or not, news police say 12-year-old arrested twice in days. Second time, the crashed stolen car. Yeah, we're gonna have those stories plus great conversation coming up. But first, I gotta do a quick check-in. Jah Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. What's up?
Good morning.
Just another day in the neighborhood.
I think so far it has taken me, what's that, 15, 20 minutes to go 2 miles? I think that's as far. I'm driving like, what is it, less than 5 miles an hour right now. On a toll road, mind you.
Okay. You know what?
Yeah. It is what it is.
At least you're moving, right? You're moving.
At least I'm moving.
You're moving. Yeah.
I get to say, good morning, Anasoji.
Good morning, Javed. How are you doing?
Ooh, he gave me the sexy voice this morning. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing so much better now that I heard your voice. I can sit in traffic with no problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, CIT family. I get so wrapped up in,
She remembers that. She remembers that. Okay. Good morning, Jack. Good morning.
Let me get off the line before
Yes.
James come on now.
And
I can't let him see the chocolate.
Yes, please do that. We need to maintain some order in the space. Morning, Anasoji. What's good? What's poppin'?
Morning, Moments. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
How are you doing? How's Florida?
Florida is Florida-ing. Florida Ing. Yeah, Florida Ing. That's what's going on down here.
So what sort of shenanigans have you guys gotten up to this morning?
I don't know yet. I haven't called the Santas yet to see what we're going to be doing today, what we should expect today.
Okay.
So I'll be touching base with DeSantis. He's my
Okay, is that sort of dead?
best friend.
Okay.
Yeah, he's my best friend. So
Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good. Besties. Besties. That's good. That's good. That's good. He's
All
doing
right.
his Trump impressions.
Listen, I gotta step away one quick second. My landscaper is here. I don't. He picks when he wants to come. Right. The agreement was typically Tuesdays. Then he started doing Wednesdays. Then he would throw in Fridays. Now he just shows up whenever he shows up. So he just popped up. I gotta go open the gate for him. So I'll be right back, folks. I'll be right back. First, enjoy some music.
Oh, so that means
Oh,
me. Oh, you giving us music? Okay, I thought it was me and Adesoji have a conversation. I'm good. Yeah.
I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you for your patience, folks. I appreciate your patience. Thank you so much. Yeah, where were we? Oh, Jack fell off. Good, because we can't have her distracting. Um, all right. So we're good. Other soldier. Yesterday, Winnie Mandela. Yesterday, you didn't. I don't think that you had enough time to do her justice.
No, 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 no. Those. To be fair, I mean, we when we're talking in the course of the week, we just because I mean we can't. The woman's life was just so. And if you read that book, 491, which is the number of days she spent in solitary confinement, that book alone is a tearjerker. So no, no, that book alone would. Uh, if we were to do a full dive on her, that book alone will take everything.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it was good, but I wanted to hear more.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And also, uh, what we've also tried to do is we don't want to give everybody like a go-to, but rather than give them a snippet of who this person is that drives the curiosity for people to go and do a bit of what's it called? A bit of research.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that you find out more about the person rather than just hearing it from one source.
Mhm.
Because I think that is part and parcel of what we were talking about yesterday, which is this idea that we don't know much about ourselves, but the people we're claiming to be going up against do know a lot about us. And unfortunately, the kind of economy we walk in, which is the 3 minutes economy, if you're lucky, the 30-second economy means half of the people walking around don't know diddly squat about who is next to them, especially those they claim to be their leaders. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Are you
So, yeah,
considering
for
doing a
all you.
part two? Are you considering doing a part two or no?
Well, the thing is, once we do the idea is to do 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 for each season. So we're in season 2 now. Once we finish, then we'll look at it based on the numbers of engagement. We'll decide whether it needs to be revisited or not. So we don't want to promise without the need to. Because it's a it's almost need-driven research at this point. Most of the people because we're having to alternate between 3 continents. So we're doing Caribbean, the United States, Africa, Caribbean, the United States, Africa. So you'll get to see it. So that's yeah.
Appreciate it though, and folks. You just heard from Adesoji. Boy, that was Adesoji of Adesoji Speaks Knowledge on YouTube. Please do yourselves a huge favor. If you're not big on reading and you are a better listener than you are a reader, head on over to his YouTube channel. There is a world of information over there. Taking you back in time so you can learn about your history, especially now that history is being stripped away from, from libraries and classrooms and everywhere, Go ahead, Soji. Go ahead.
No, especially in light of the fact that Trump yesterday stripped, what's it called? The National Museum of African American History and Culture of its protected status. So you know what that means. I'm going to take the knife to it, as it were. So, yeah.
Jab, 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 jab.
Yeah. You know, it's even gone beyond jab, jab, jab. Now they're driving the diggers towards it.
I don't know what the end game is. And it's so unfortunate that it's staring us. I don't even know if it's staring us in our face anymore. We're just covered in it. The hate is real. It's just pure hatred at this point. Flat out hatred, undeniable hatred. And I would like to ask every African American, every person of color, every Black American that voted for him, come to the front. Come to the front. How do you justify his actions? And we have to say it's his actions because he, unfortunately, is the face of everything that is going on. It may not have been his sculpture. He may not have been the architect, but he is seeing to it that it's all meted out. So how do you feel that now that Project 2025 is unveiling, not even slowly, rapidly? I don't know, is it Mach speed that we're going at? How do y'all feel knowing that your identity, is identity the right word to use in this case? Your identity, your worth is being diminished, you're stripped away. How do you feel? You had hold on a second, Adesoji. They had other ethnicities advocating for them, and they weren't even advocating for themselves. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
No, I just wanted to buttress what you're saying. And the worst part is they're not even doing it by Congress. Congress is not pushing back on, because the essence of Congress, the executive, and the judiciary is they're co-equal branches of government. One sets the tone, which is the legislature sets the tone. The executive carries out the legislative ideas. Then the courts look at those legislative ideas to think, are they in line with the rule book, which is the Constitution in the case of the United States, or they're not, in which case such stuff will be considered above giving powers. What is happening here is this chappie, the one you have in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, sits there and just basically
the car lot. Remember, it's a car dealer.
Yeah. The swastika car lot. This guy sits there and just basically takes a Sharpie.
That's what you see, because that's why I keep a Sharpie.
Yeah, just takes a Sharpie with that horrible signature of his. turns to the camera and grins. He doesn't even, half of the time, he doesn't even know what he's signing his name against. But you read about it, and then he then says, "Oh, yeah. Brilliant idea."
You like the signature? You like it?
Oh, God, that's horrible.
So that's all he does.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the Congress is supposed to call him to order. Was basically just giving him a carte blanche. It's like do as
I also just to add, not to cut you, but just to add to what you're saying, I think we have to learn, something from that book, Animal Farm. They are co-equal branch of government, but these days some branch are more equal than others.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, George Orwell. Yeah. Some are more. Yeah, 2 foot, 4 foot bad, 2 foot good. Yeah. No, I mean it's just that. Oh my God! And I call this in parody. That orange oaf. Sheesh, I yield.
So, for those of you who are not familiar with Animal Farm, it's a book we had to do in English literature in the Caribbean, in Jamaica more specifically, and I'm sure it was done across the Caribbean. If you have not read that book, I strongly encourage you, I implore you to go ahead and read it online. Go to the library, if your library still exists, and you know, read the book. So it is written by George Orwell, and I'll just give you an overview, real quick, a synopsis of it. In George Orwell's Animal Farm, the animals on Manor Farm overthrow their human farmer and establish, Mr. President's favorite word for me, a utopian society based on equality and animalism, a philosophy founded by the wise old Boer, Old Major. Initially, the animals work hard and are hopeful for a better future. However, the pigs, led by Napoleon and Snowball, seize power and corrupt the very ideals they fought for. The pigs exploit the other animals, building a society mirroring the oppressive regime they initially rebelled against. The story ends with the pigs becoming indistinguishable from the humans, highlighting the corrupting influence of power and the cyclical nature of political revolutions. So, Old Major's vision. The old Boer inspires the animals with his vision of a society free from human oppression, teaching them the revolutionary song, Beasts of England. Then there is the rebellion. The animals overthrow Mr. Jones, the farm owner, and rename the farm Animal Farm. And of course, they establish some commandments. And their 7 commandments establish a set of rules based on animalism, with the core principle being all animals are equal. But here comes Napoleon and his rise to power. Napoleon seizes power, forcing Snowball into exile and manipulating the other animals. And of course, the pigs' corruption. The pigs begin to take advantage of their positions, accumulating privileges like sleeping in beds and drinking alcohol, while the other animals work harder. And here comes the Battle of the Cowshed. The animals successfully defend their farm against attacks from humans. There is Box's loyalty and betrayal. The pigs gradually revise the 7 commandments to justify their actions and maintain their power, culminating in the final commandment. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And the pigs become human. In the end, the pigs start walking on 2 legs, wearing clothes, and fraternizing with human farmers, to the shock of the other animals, who can no longer tell the difference between the pigs and the humans.
And see, for me, when you ask the question when it's going to end, and I always say it never will, because Unfortunately, you're always going to have someone vying for power. Even someone that started off good, when they get a little bit of something, they will start vying for power. It's the yin and the yang. It's the world. I think it's going to always be that way.
I will work harder. Comrade Napoleon is always right.
The analogy with present times is Donald Trump speaking to his MAGA crowd. That's just give me the power. So that's Napoleon for you. And walking on their hind legs and wearing clothes will be akin to them wanting to be dictators like Kim Jong-un and Putin. And that's your fraternizing. And so when they say they fought against the animals, they fought against the farmer. They fought against, in this case, it would be MAGA fighting against human rationality, that what you're doing currently doesn't make sense. But again, they've been sold a lie. That lie is the 7 commandments. And then eventually they're told, if you work harder, you can be as successful as we are. Where have you heard that before? There you go, the United States ethos. You too can have the American dream.
We are the epitome of the Animal Farm, the book.
But in Animal Farm, remember Boxer was the hardest worker. And in the end, he accounted for nothing. And then when they realized Boxer was sold, was to the meat packing factory or something like that? Then they realized, wow, so if Boxer was the hardest worker who literally worked to death and was treated like that. And I think something I like about it is, remember, one of the rules was 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. But when Squealer and them came up with their brilliance, they changed it from 4 legs good, 2 legs better. It's a very interesting novel that a lot of people should take a read.
Yeah.
That's Trump for you. Trump will tell you one thing today, and once you catch one of his own doing it, he will say you're doing it for the people. Are you?
Thank you, gentlemen. Go ahead, Jack.
That's why Canada needs to come and join the United States.
So they can pay less taxes and get more military protection. Canadians are not going to give up their freedom. They're not. Let's just call a spade a spade. No, they're saying, and I can tell you firsthand, and I think we all have relatives in Canada. I can tell you firsthand from my relatives, the answer is a resounding hell to the no.
As somebody who is part of the United Kingdom, and we do have the keys to the place, I can tell you that idea is dead in the water. So sorry.
It's already unalive.
It will not be happening.
King Charles is probably walking around in his knickers, laughing hysterically.
Is there any history of anybody trying to be aggressive with Canada when it comes to military war? And as far back as I could remember, I never even heard Canadian name mentioned when it comes to war, per se.
No.
So who's threatening them now that they need the protection of the US?
The US. We just, you know what I think it is? They have this land mass, right? And Canada is underpopulated in the grand scheme of things. But can you imagine having Canada be a part of the US, how big and sprawling the US will be? It's listen, away with the idea. First order of business.
For you to take the place with all your industrial pollution? Come, we're not having that.
No, so you're trying to expand the US. I hope that is a lesson for those of us in Africa. They divided up Africa, but they're trying to garner more support for themselves. And yet still we think the countries in Africa think they can't come together to find a United States of Africa, where they have all the resources and could determine their own future. They still have us fighting wars, in make-up borders and using tribes and all the other ridiculous stuff to try to keep us apart, when it is in all our benefit to come together, and everybody will do much better.
Anyway, folks, let's go ahead and get into it. First, it is the top of the hour. First order of business out of the Caribbean corner. Thank you for the spirited conversation to start off the show. First order of business out of the Caribbean corner. New Belize Police Commissioner backs 6-month state of emergency. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Just days into his new role, Belize's Commissioner of Police, Dr. Richard Rosado, has declared his full support for a 6-month state of emergency as a bold measure to confront a recent surge in pew-pew violence, largely driven by escalating gang rivalries. Appearing on Channel 5's morning talk show, Open Your Eyes, Rosado painted a grim picture of the security landscape, particularly in areas like the Martins community, saying, "The situation is critical, and I do believe there is a need for a state of emergency to address security concerns. The guys on the ground need a timeout." His remarks came after a spate of violent incidents, including the unaliving of 37-year-old Nelson Henry, also known as Mong. He was unalived outside his children's home. Police suspect the unaliving was gang-related, and the incident has rattled the Ladyville community, one of several areas struggling to cope with the fallout of gang-related crime. Um, Police data granted over there in Belize has shown a decline of 7% in unalivings in the first quarter of 2025 compared to the same period last year. But nonetheless, there is an uptick in violence over there. Morning, Shirley. Uptick of violence over there. Hey, Dre, good morning. All right, next up, Haiti. Come to the front. You're next. Haitians march against gang violence and demand political resignations. Okay, I need our neighbors to the north, but the west, northwest. Yes, Haiti needs its neighbor to the northwest to pay attention. Hey, Tasha, loud people them. No matter who wanna put in as a plant, they don't want them there. All right. So, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, dozens of Haitians marched through the hilly streets of Port-au-Prince on Sunday, demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Philomene and the Transitional Presidential Council as gang violence continues to spiral out of control in the capital. It marked the latest in a series of demonstrations amid rising public frustration over the growing influence of criminal gangs, which now control approximately 85% of Port-au-Prince. That's according to United Nations estimates. Sunday's protest followed a larger gathering on Saturday where hundreds paid a tribute to several slain community leaders from the Canapé Vert neighborhood, one of the few areas in the capital that has resisted gang dominance. And as they go through the streets, the mourners chanted during the memorial saying, "Freedom or DEATH." Yeah. Clad in white, fists raised, attendees honored their fallen leaders, many of whom were unalived in recent clashes with armed groups. Some leaders entered the memorial armed and masked in a show of defiance and self-protection. If there is the resignation of Philomene and another transplant, another what's the name that they have for them when they put them own people there? You know who we're talking.
Imposition.
Eh?
Imposition.
Imposition. Eh, that word there. Thank you, Adasoji. If another imposition is done, that should tell us, although we already know, but that should tell us point blank, without a doubt, no frills, no fluff, that them not care about Haiti. They want Haiti decimated. They want Haiti done with. They want Haiti to come to nothing, as we would say in Jamaica. Them want Haiti come to nothing, point blank. What? All right. Who that? Oh, that was Rosola
Coming on stage. Good morning,
coming up
everyone.
on stage. Morning, Rosola. Morning, James. Morning, Shelley. Welcome everybody to the stage. But the whole leave Haiti alone. Go ahead, Shelley. Morning.
You know, me have my full idea with Haiti and Cuba, you know, because me just thinks we Caribbean people need to fight for Haiti and Cuba. I want a morning to come when you talk about Cuba because I have my heart with Cuba. But let's go back to Haiti. And I really think, you know, we as Caribbean people need to come together because Haitian people are struggling from as long as I can remember, and I am not young, so that's a long time. So I think where the world is, the United States have enough to deal with, but I think I would want to pivot it back to the Caribbean, and it's time for the Caribbean to forge a kind of leadership that looks out for each other. If they tried coming together years ago as already as one union, it didn't work. I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is the rest of the island need to do more. And right now, we have quite a few very vibrant, intelligent leaders in the Caribbean. And we as Caribbean people. But I just strongly believe that we need to hold hands as Caribbean people and figure out how we're going to bring Haiti out of this.
No, we have had that conversation several times, Shelley, but my question to that is the powers that be, do they want us helping Haiti?
When you say the powers that be, what do you mean? You mean the Caribbean leaders or like the United States?
The United States.
Well, I love politics, you know, so don't carry me down that rabbit hole.
Okay, we won't go down there.
Morning. Sorry.
The United States, let me tell you something about knowing when to play the game. Timing is one of the very essential thing about knowing when to play a game. And to be honest, I think this is a good timing for the Caribbean to do things that they never used to do because for many reasons. But in any way, when you look at Haiti, the only difference with us and Haiti is that our foreparents got dropped at a different location. So we need to look at it as it could have been us in that island. And we need to remember that those are our brothers and sisters for more than one reason. They are our neighbors. And one of the things I would say about Haiti and Cuba, if we get Haiti and Cuba to functioning state, we're going to benefit. You know, so my thing is there's a lot that the islands can do. And one of the thing is, like I mentioned before, right now there are some very diplomatic leaders in the Caribbean. Mayor Motley is badass. And others, you know, so I think it's time for us to say, okay, Cuba built us 2 schools in Jamaica. Can we go down and fortify their colleges? Can Trinidad do that? Is Barbados gonna do this? Guyana is a part of the Caribbean, technically. Guyana, you have some money. Can you give us some oil free for a year? But I think they need to go in some back room somewhere and figure out how they're going to help Haiti stand up. That's my thought. Just leave the US out of it for a little bit.
All right, thank you, Shelley. Mr. President, you were going to add your perspective. Go right ahead.
First of all, the Caribbean stayed silent on the assassination of the last Haitian leader.
Mhm.
The Caribbean stayed silent. We said nothing. And we know where all the fingers were pointing. Now, the same people that allegedly deleted the last Haitian president, we're asking to find the solutions. On top of that, the catalyst for the current situation and all the pew pews is coming from the said country. Now we're talking about all the gangs, but look at the supply. Look at the supply chains for the pew pew.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, Shelley made a point of the Caribbean coming together, and the Caribbean we have strong leaders, but that is why we're weak. We have always had strong leaders. The problem is, okay, somebody like Deacon Mitchell in Grenada, right? Who is lockstep with Mia Motley, for instance, and Mia Motley in Barbados is seen as this powerful icon. What can Grenada and Barbados do? You know, if Jamaica decide to pull out, we have to come back to the idea of the federation. And we don't necessarily have to go back to the federation like one currency and stuff like that for now. But we have to empower CARICOM so that CARICOM become a stalwart institution. And like James said, we probably have to have it as an independent kind of body that is run over a long-term period, and not that we just have every year or every 2 years another prime minister is in charge, so there is no mandate being carried out. We have to empower Caribbean that there are certain issues that we have to stop speak individually as Caribbean countries. And CARICOM, or whatever we want to name it, speaks on behalf of the Caribbean. And if you have such a body that is as strong as it is, then it is easy to bring in Cuba and Haiti into the union. You could give them observer status, you could give them some temporary status, you could find some relationship. Eventually, you make them full-fledged member. Once you make them full-fledged members, they're part of it. So they're part of every problem, every solution. So now you no longer have to come and say, oh, you don't have to get doctors from Cuba. No, Cuba is a part of us and we are a part of Cuba. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. We speak different language, but that's irrelevant. So unless we start to look at it like that, how can we really, you understand, go and help? And as I said before on this forum, CARICOM and the African Union has to stop taking funding from these international bodies that are destabilizing the regions. Stop. Find a way to fund ourselves, find a way to be independent, because these things come with strings attached. The part of our budget that is subsidized by these external forces, let us subsidize it and let us form true governance in the region. For Haiti, we have to take a stand, we have to be vocal about it, and we have to be unrelenting in seeking solutions, even if it means we have to call out the US. We have to, and as she said, they're diplomatic. There are diplomatic ways in which we could deal with countries like the US to put pressure on them and to expose them for the contribution they're making, especially when it comes to the flow of pew-pews, in not only into Haiti, into the entire Caribbean region. Look at how Sheinbaum deals with them on a diplomatic press basis. So unless we are willing to do these things, we're spinning top in mud, because we're still looking at every solution as a military solution. The Haitian people has a right of self-determination. We just have to provide the catalyst and the environment for them to do that. And they will choose the leaders that they desire to lead them. But when they choose the leaders to lead them, we have to tell places like the US to respect their sovereignty and stop going in. You get rid of Aristide, you get rid of Moise, you keep going in and taking out every leader in Haiti that is trying to stabilize Haiti. How is Haiti going to go forward? We have to address it. That's the problem. Because even if we succeed in putting another one there, they will go and take him out again. lobby to get the US base out of Haiti. What are they doing in Haiti? They don't even give Haitian visas. What are they doing there? Are you?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Go ahead, James. Morning. We got
Morning,
2
morning.
more minutes on this, and then we have to keep it moving.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, CARICOM, we wish CARICOM could help, but CARICOM, honestly, CARICOM can't help themselves. No, seriously. Because CARICOM has been around since 1973. Can anyone name one achievement that CARICOM has in that time? CARICOM was born before I was born. Name one, just one achievement. The only one achievement I can name is them swap out the burgundy passport, Jamaican passport, and them have like one blue passport with CC on it. That is the only thing.
Oh, no, it has a chip in it. No, get it right.
Yeah, regional travel. We've gone backwards from BWIA to Caribbean airline to Liat. Like, just you can name how much airline closed down. There's no ferry, regional ferry. There's no regional food security. There's no regional security. The Caribbean islands, Trinidad, Jamaica, them have big army, but them not go fight no war. But they don't have any navy to protect the sea. So CARICOM is a big failure. So they're not going to be able to help anybody because they can't help themselves.
Well, if I must let you know, James, CARICOM has achieved significant progress in regional integration and cooperation, fostering economic growth, political stability, and functional cooperation in areas like health, education, and disaster management. A major accomplishment is the CARICOM Single Market Economy, the CSME, which has facilitated increased trade and economic integration among member states. Also, the organization has established specialized regional institutions, including the Caribbean Development Bank, Caribbean Court of Justice, and Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. Go right ahead.
Moments. That sound like lyrics. That sound like when you walk on the road and a man, Jamaican, and say, you walk one brown skin, you look good, and tell you all the amount of stuff. Like, really? When every single Caribbean island, me and Motley came out and said 80% of what is on our supermarket shelf is from America. Where the free trade there? Where's the regional trade when 80% of everything that we have does not come from the Caribbean, and the 20% then buy it outside and put it in one bag in a Jamaica, in a Trinidad, and say made in Jamaica, made in Trinidad, made in Barbados. But when you look on the fine print, it said this product was from either Sri Lanka, coconut water from Asia, banana chips from South America. We make nothing, not even sugar we not make again. So that sound like lyrics to me.
So then, James, according to this document here, implemented in 2006, it removed barriers to goods, services, and labor between member states. So let's just hone in on goods. So the barriers have been removed. But what are we removing the barriers for if 80% of what we have on the shelves not make it in the Caribbean region? So what are the barriers removed for then? The 20%?
The only thing we can think about is we bring in the pew-pew. That's the only barriers. And when it comes down to the Caribbean Court of Justice, half of the Caribbean don't even use it. So what is the sense of that? Half of the Caribbean don't use it. So it don't make no sense.
So to the Caribbean leaders, if you have to make a choice, rally behind Haiti or align yourselves with the United States of America, where will you stand?
I know where Jamaicans stand, the 54th state, so I know.
Why you push us all the way down? Why we couldn't be 51? Lord have mercy, Mr. President.
Who said that? Mr. President,
It is true. It is true. Jamaica was 5 countries went behind CARICOM back to meet with Trump the first term in president. He was president, and Andrew Holness was only champion CARICOM when he seeks to benefit from it. Other than that, he's an envoy to the US. And I just keep him congratulating when he do good things in Jamaica, but that is a fact. We can sugarcoat it all we want. And Your Holiness want to be a state of the US.
Thank you, Mr. President. Boy, you have to do it. So go ahead, Shelley, and then we move on.
No, him kind of can't write still, him kind of half right still. And when somebody write, you can't really bash them. You just have to say, boy, you never have to do with some Mr. James. You never have to do that to it. But the truth hurts. But in this, and I am always a middle of the line people. If you're doing good, I don't care what party you're on, I'm supporting it. But with the last incident with the US, I just remember Michael Manley, and this is why the US did everything to get rid of Michael Manley, because Michael Manley always a step to the US, you know, with the incident with Cuba and so on. But I like having you on, young lady. I enjoyed the few minutes I spent with you. I'm going to go now, and I followed a few of you on the live. Please follow me back. You all have a lovely day, Caribbean people.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you for coming through and blessing the space. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks. You too, guys.
All right. Take care. All right. So next up, let's hop on over to Jamaica. Thwaites regrets calling children Lego beasts, but stands by substance of criticism. This article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. Former Education Minister Reverend Ronald Thwaites says while he regrets his prior use of the term Lego beasts to describe some of the nation's children, he has been proven right in the substance of his criticism.
Look, in substance, yes, it was a crude and inelegant comment at the time, and it didn't serve the purpose that I would have wanted. So I'm happy to resolve from that. But you come with me into the ambit of any school, many schools, not all, many schools, primary, secondary, and look at the amount of teaching and learning time that we're wasting just in keeping order. Look at the level of absenteeism. Look at the level of poor discipline. Look at the absolute inefficacy of the code in terms of any kind of discipline.
Nearly a decade ago, Thwaites, while serving as education minister, referred to some students as beasts amid an upsurge in violence and indiscipline in the nation's schools. His comments were widely condemned at the time, but the former minister says he was responding to the breakdown of order in schools across the country.
If you don't have order, you can't have learning, gentlemen. And that is, when we forget that or refuse to deal with it, we are stamping ourselves. That's a pretty wrong thing to do, don't you think?
That was Reverend Ronald Thwaites. Well, guess what? You're not gonna like me too, you're not gonna condemn me too. We don't like to hear certain terms being used. I get it. You know, it kind of rub with the wrong way. How dare you refer to my child as a Lego beast? Well, guess what? Lego beast is a term that is used, or when back in my day, it's a term that was used a lot to describe indisciplined children, right? So, I don't see the problem. If you don't like it, fix it so that people won't refer to you like that. Me glad it make you feel away. But some of you parents need to start parenting your children and stop leaving them to become burdens on society. You don't discipline your children. You don't raise them. You teach them nothing. You send them into the schools for the teachers to discipline them. And then when the teachers are trying to discipline them, gonna have a problem with it. So what the heck do y'all want? Them are Lego beasts. We don't talk. Go ahead, James. Sorry.
Is that the same Ronnie Thwaites that came to Jamaica with Christopher Columbus? I see him on.
Goodbye, James.
Is the same one, or is him son or something? No, but you're right. Lego Beast, I've been called Lego Beast like 1,002 times. So, and look how me turn out.
James, is he wrong though? I mean, there comes a point when you're frustrated. The difference is that on his platform, he said it aloud. But it is something that is said in many homes across Jamaica, regardless of socioeconomic standards. No matter where you land on the economic scale, people use that term to describe the uncontrollable, the ones who lack discipline, the ones that wreak havoc, the ones that now have nothing going on for them and don't seem to care that them have nothing going on for them. I just say no. If you don't want to fix it, go ahead, Mr. President.
My understanding of the term, at least where I come from, when they say something is a beast is a Lego beast, right? Is those days you go to tie out your goat, you shape your cows, whatever. So no, listen, if it let go, it got away from where it tied. But a Lego beast usually will destroy crops or destroy people, fields and stuff like that. That is why it is bad when you have a beast that is let go. Because it's a beast that is let go. So essentially, if you're saying that your child is a Lego beast, it means that your child is literally off the leash or is literally not being guided properly, not being tied and taught proper discipline and stuff like that. So it's not a referendum on the child, it's a reflection of you, the parent. Because the owner of that beast that is let go usually have to bear the consequences of the destruction that is done by that animal. Because so if your child is going out there and could be referred to in that manner, I mean, it's a harsh way to refer to children. But if it gets to the point where it is that bad, that is how they are reflected in society, then something is wrong with you. Because you now have to check yourself and say, wait, boy, what am I doing to have my children reflected like that? And why is it so many kids can be categorized using a terminology as derogative as that? So, and look a couple of years forward, look at where the education in Jamaica is. Look at the amount of people that is leaving primary school in Jamaica who cannot get to the standard required to enter secondary school and compete. Look at how many people in secondary school who cannot get the basic CXC levels that is required. Look at the degradation in the education results in Jamaica. So I'm not saying that he was right to use the terminology, but maybe what we should do, instead of being too offended about the terminology used, look to see what the problem was and see how we're going to fix it. Because as you say, 10 years on, and the result speaks for itself. Maybe if we had taken the time to address it back then, we could have saved a larger percentage of those who is non-performing right now. I'm just saying.
Well,
Just offering an analogy.
And that's reasonable, Mr. President. You're absolutely right. Tasha put in the chat, some of the parents themselves are like obese. And it's true. It is true. We don't like the term fix it. Go to the root of the problem and fix it. If you have to fertilize it, sometimes you have to uproot it. Fix it. We are quick to complain about the cream. Let me call it that way. The cream or come on top. I know that's our problem. What are the ingredients that cause the cream to rise to the top? And I'm not talking about cream in a good way right now, folks. Go ahead, Alexia, sorry. My apologies. Let me bring you up to speed real quick. So on Nationwide Radio JM.com, there is an article, Thwaites regrets calling children Lego beasts, but stands by the substance of criticism. And he was referring to the way they behave, the level of the upsurging violence and indiscipline in the nation's schools. And at the time, about 10 years ago, when he made the comment, they were the comments were condemned at the time. Go right ahead, Alexia.
Listen,
Tell Chip
the only reason why, how family friendship, the only reason people are come talk now because it hurt them and them know are true. The truth hurts. You check it out. When somebody says something to you and it applies to you, it got hurt the feelings. While we did Lego beasts and we grow out our beastness.
But them a generation a Lego beast, yeah, no beast, them a monster. You get me? Don't get offended. It's actual. And too many times, you know, me see now, we are draw back on things that people said 10 years ago, 5 years ago, last year. Look here. You know see which part what them say last year apply to now? Eh? And when beast them the 10 years ago a monster them now. And you worry about somebody's wording? Eh? Fix the beast they are now. A beast are now care. A Jamaica beast, a car named Beast now. What we have a spitting now, a monster them. How we plan to fix that? How we plan to fix that? Teacher can't fix him.
Starts in the home, Alexia. And I don't want any parent to look at me and tell me that I'm not have the money for discipline a Britney. It doesn't take money to discipline a child. Because there are people with money who don't discipline them Britney neither. And for them, Britney are like be stupid. So let us remove the socioeconomic factor from the conversation. It has nothing to do with dollars and cents. It has nothing to do if you're from downtown or you are from uptown. It has nothing to do if you are from the city or the countryside, seaside or up in the hills, pit toilet or flushable toilet. It has nothing to do with any of that. Let us focus on moral compass, ethics, pride, just common courtesies. Do our children even say good morning anymore? Good afternoon? Good evening? Good night? Do they say thank you? Do they say please? May I? Basics. Basics. What are you teaching your children from the day they are born? And I'm not putting the responsibility of raising the children solely on the mothers. At two, it takes to make the picnic. At two, it takes for raise the picnic. And if you never got your name wouldn't call, let me just say that because I know how some people are thinking. You owe it to your child to do right by them. There are so many people who grew up in poverty, but they've had a lot of class. Money don't buy class, people, because enough people have money out there, but very irresponsible. So money does not solve that problem. So I'm not care where you land. I don't care if you have $100, -100 or $100 million. Take money out of the equation, please. Parents. I was about to say something that would have been very graphic, but I have to catch myself and remember that I have to be mindful of the words I use. Let me say this. When you decide to engage in acts that can result in a child being created, and you make the decision to bring this child into the world, take the 40 weeks, 10 months, at 10 months you're not pregnant. Take the 40 weeks, if you go full term, that you're pregnant for, to work on yourself. You don't have to pay for therapy. There are so many free apps that you can download on your devices. YouTube is free. You don't even have to subscribe. You can research how to heal yourself mentally and emotionally. Take those 40 weeks to prepare yourself to be a good parent. Align yourselves with people out there who can guide you. You cannot move months at a Lego piece and feel say you're going to come out to be a diamond. No, it not work so. The day you find out you're pregnant, start putting a plan together. How do you see yourself as a parent? What are the things that you would like to see in your child or your children? And you know something, if you were denied an experience growing up, you don't love watch TV, you don't love watch social media, there's a lot of positive influence out there. Move towards that. Use that as encouragement. Use those scenes or scenarios to encourage you and motivate you and help you to prepare you to become a good parent. Be the parent to your child that you didn't have. Me don't want to hear nobody come tell me about say, Lord, me never have no mother, me never have no father, me never have no grandmother, me never have nobody. There are many people who didn't have any of that and still managed to do right by their children. I'm sick and tired of excuses. That's all we like to do. Come up with excuses for our bad behavior that we then pass on to our children. And I know I'm speaking in general terms because I know you're going to have the one-off situations. I know that a parent will do everything right, dot the I's, cross the T's, can't do any more, and the child will still become wayward. I'm fully aware of that. Some children go through a spell, a period of rebelliousness, and eventually they grow out of it. It happens. But you have to plant the right seeds, not contaminated seeds. Plant the right seeds. It will resonate with them at some point. I don't know if anybody has anything they want to add, subtract, correct me, Pan, or whatever before we move on. A Lego beast then. What you say, Alex said they're no longer Lego beasts, they're something else. They are monsters. And it's a shame that we have to be talking about our children this way. But the truth is the truth. It hurt, not true. We'll fix it. Do something about it. Being mad at what Mr. Thwaites said, Reverend Thwaites said 10 years ago, is not going to fix the problem. All right, you're mad. Then what? Then what? What comes next? Have an honest conversation with yourself. Do some reflection. Look at your children. How many people complain to you, said make the same complaint about your picnic? Then the whole of them wrong? The whole of them wrong? Okay, one might not be right. Two, okay. Three, But 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people said have the same complaint about your picnic. You know, there's something wrong. It's me with that. Being condemning him for making his comment because of the upsurge in violence and indiscipline. Look at the children that fight over a man in our school. Not even man. Why? Before they take up their book, they might fight over a school boy in a yard. Inflicting wounds on each other, unaliving each other. Then what you want a man to call them? I don't know. Mr. Thwaites, me stand with you right about now. I can't say what I want to say. Me stand with you for that one day. All right, next. Still in Jamaica. Prime Minister says doctoral degree gives a new outlook on tackling gun problem. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness says his achievement of a doctoral degree has given him a new perspective on how to treat the problem of gun violence in Jamaica. Holness recently became the first Jamaican Prime Minister to earn a doctoral degree. His degree focused on how U.S. gun laws impact violence in Jamaica. Speaking to Northeastern News following his conferment, Dr. Holness says he has been able to weave his learning into policy formation. Here is Robianne Williams with more in this report.
The security forces have long said the gun is the preferred weapon of choice for those committing murders in Jamaica. Amid a near 37% decline in murders and the lowest monthly tally in 2 decades, the question of how best to sustain the downward trend has come to the fore. Armed with a Doctor of Law and Policy degree, Prime Minister Andrew Holness says he now has a full picture of the problem that has plagued the country for the better part of 40 years. Dr. Holness told Northeastern News that having completed his degree, he now sees the country's gun violence problem through different lenses. The Prime Minister says he has been able to form a better understanding of the link between the existence of a diaspora and the flow of guns into Jamaica. According to a transcript of the interview given by Dr. Holness, 90% of the guns flowing into Jamaica come from the United States. He specifically named Miami, Atlanta, Texas, and New York as major sources from which guns enter Jamaica. The Prime Minister highlighted the fact that those areas have significant diaspora populations from Jamaica. Dr. Holness says this has led to a close monitoring of how current trade routes facilitate the flow of guns. The Prime Minister says while Jamaica has significantly improved detection and recovery of guns, the problem remains a significant threat to the country's national security. Dr. Holness has led a government that has made the most expansive investments in national security in more than 3 decades. He touted the investments while making his contribution to the recent budget debates.
In 2015, before my administration took office, capital expenditure for national security was $2.67 billion. By 2018, we increased the spending on security to $12.7 billion. And in 2019, we made a record $19.5 billion investment to modernize our security apparatus.
Prime Minister Holness says despite these improvements, more needs to be done from the U.S. perspective to stem the flow of guns. Robianne Williams for Nationwide News.
Dr. Holness. Dr. Holness. Dr. Holness. The problem could have solved long time. Long time. But you know, there's a level of corruption in the country that we don't want to acknowledge. And corruption comes in varying degrees, right? Minute to very extreme. Now let us hone in on the ports, whether they're the airport or the seaport. Because that's how they come in, right? One way, either by air or by boat. Nepotism. Some elements of nepotism are at play here, right? How? You ask, let me explain to you, Dr. Holder. We need to implement a system of what goes for one, goes for all. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Also, every single piece of item that is imported, every package, let me put it this way, that is imported into the country, whether it's in a barrel or a box, a suitcase, whatever. So, why is it we have this mentality? Oh, you know who the package that belongs to? No, we're not opening that one. We're not going to search it. And this particular individual or these particular individuals know that because of their position, their affiliations, their packages will not be tampered with, right? So that gives them the perfect opportunity to have the flow of illicit things coming into the country. That's one thing. Then you have this thing of greasing the palm. Put a little money in the hand and I turn a blind eye. And because I don't want to pay the duty, you make the duty, can I? I get it. But because I don't want to pay the duty, or because I know I have something in the package that I'm not supposed to have in there, I mean, I want nothing happen. You know, I want, you go. I go pay somebody a money to make sure, say, my package not get searched. Why not? So, when you do that, guess what? I know so I can pay Sister Jane down at the wharf and my package good. So, nobody go like you don't know this, Dr. Holness. You know how we run down a wharf. And you know how we run out of the airport then. Whether Norman Manley or Donald Sangster. You know how we go. Another today to go on. So, how many years you said? Hey, we won't talk about the years. You said 40 years. Did I hear that? 40 years you mentioned that we've been plagued. Why aren't we cleaning up the ports? Get rid of the staff them. Change them out. Because they're too comfortable. Clean up. If their salary is X and them end up with Y, make them explain how them acquire the Y. Where the money come from? You know that the salary what them a make can only make them afford one Pro Box, but them a push a BMW X5 or X6. Make them tell you where they get the money from. Make them declare where them assets are come from. And yes, you might say, well, you are infringing. Well, guess what? If you want to curb certain things, you are going to have to make some people uncomfortable. I just saw it go. So you don't need a doctoral degree, respectfully, Dr. Holness, for you to have an understanding of how to solve the issue. We cannot put the burden of responsibility on the US to fix the issue. Yes, they have to fix their issues too. But there's a lot that can be done. We have not intercepted enough because too much turning a blind eye. I said this some time ago, and Mr. President did tell me, hold on, Mr. President, I swear me touch this something. Lord have mercy. Hold on 1 second. Some time ago, when I said, remember, Mr. President, I said, no, practical. I said, every backside container forget search from top to bottom. I don't care who it belonged to. Search them. And I guarantee you, when the folks who are residing in the United States, in the cities that were highlighted, Miami, Atlanta, Texas, and New York, recognize that their shipments are being intercepted, I guarantee you, it will put a stop to it eventually. That's what it tries to, but eventually. But too much turning the blind eye, and that a kill we done, that a unalive we done, the Lord of mercy, my words. What, Mr. President?
I want to congratulate the dear doctor on his degree, but if it took a doctorate for him to know 90% of the pupils going into Jamaica was coming from the US, he could have done better off sponsoring a child to kindergarten with the money he paid for that doctorate. I could tell you that. But then you asking about having people declare their assets. Wasn't there an issue where a colleague of the dear doctor put a motion on the floor to challenge the fact that parliamentarians and people holding office and their spouse and children supposed to declare their assets? And I think it was going too far. And that related somehow indirectly tied into the dear doctor with some funds that was, I don't know, I didn't know the real story, but some questionable dealings around funds. So do you think the same people would put things in place to start to ask civil servants to declare their funds? I'm just asking for a friend.
I know that's a rhetorical question because we know the answer. Well, here's the thing, Mr. President. If they are not willing to have a transparent system in place for everybody, we're never going to fix the problem. We are never going to fix the problem. There are videos, not me saying it. There are videos. Everybody can go look them up on YouTube. There are videos out there where people within certain communities who carry on certain acts, they tell you where they're getting something them from. So how are we going to really clean up the place? We clean up some, but not some. We hold some accountable, but not some. If we want to root out the evil, everybody have to be on board, brethren. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. You know, I like it, but that's how I go. Might cause some inconveniences here and there, but it's for the good of all. No, sir. We say we love our country. Well, let us demonstrate that we truly love our country. by abiding by the laws and the guidelines and everything set forth to ensure that our country is safe. And I say this to politicians sitting, those who are desirous, those in shadow positions, and those who are desirous of getting into politics. For those who are already there, what was your reason for getting into politics? Be honest with yourself. You don't have to tell me. Be honest with yourself. Why did you get into politics? For those who are shadowing, what inspired you to get into politics? And for those who are desirous of getting into politics, what is your why? Why you want to get into politics? Ask yourselves those questions and answer yourself honestly. Be honest with yourself. And I pray that if it is for selfish gain to propel your portfolio, that you may have a change of heart and pursue other things. Leave politics for people who care about the people and the country, not the pretenders. Because very soon, we'll see you for who you are. What James used to say, just skim off a little after I talk. Not take too much. Dr. Holness, I have to agree, and I share the sentiments of Mr. President. Congratulations on your honorary degree on U.S. Pew Pew laws and the impact of violence in Jamaica. I see why there's a correlation, but really and truly, it shouldn't matter what the U.S. Pew Pew laws are. It really shouldn't. Control your own country. You control what goes in and out of your country. I'm a doctor. Anybody want to add anything, take away anything? You can't fling the stone them after me. I don't care. But truth is truth. Truth is truth. 40 years. You went in office 2015. How many years is that? 2015 until now. How many years? Okay.
10 years. Coming up to 10 years.
But moments they had a reduction in they said there was a reduction in crime this year, so it's a step in the right direction.
10 years and just let me behave myself. 40 years of being plagued. 10 years to recognize. Really? Really? Okay. Next. South Florida businessman Philip Wong donates US $1 million to St. George's College. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. South Florida-based entrepreneur Philip Wong has made a landmark donation of US $1 million to his alma mater, St. George's College, cementing his legacy as one of the most generous alumni in the school's history. Wong, who graduated in 1959 alongside prominent Jamaicans such as Dr. Trevor Monroe, the late Ronnie Thwaites, and media executive Stephen Hill, has long been a consistent supporter of the North Street Institution. His latest gift marks the largest single donation ever made by a Jamaican to their former high school. In addition to this historic contribution, Wong funds 10 annual scholarships for promising students, and in 2022 donated 2 school buses to aid in the safe and comfortable transportation of the school's sports teams and clubs. His other notable gifts include the transformation of the school's main entrance in 2018, now famously emblazoned with the words "The Entry to Excellence." That same year, Wong was inducted into the St. George's College Hall of Fame. Wong, founder and head of Deltana, and Deltana is a Florida-based supplier of architectural hardware, attributes much of his success to the education and discipline he received at St. George's. Born into a humble family in Mavis Bank, he has often spoken about how the Jesuit-run institution laid the foundation or the groundwork for his future. Founded in 1850 by Spanish Jesuits exiled from Colombia, St. George's College remains a cornerstone of Catholic education in Jamaica. With roughly 1,470 students, 78 teachers, and 30 support staff, the school boasts an impressive list of alumni, including Bruce Golding, Ziggy Marley, John Barnes, Don Webby, and Byron Lee. Wong's donation not only supports the school's immediate needs, but also sets a new bar for alumni engagement in Jamaica's education system. Pick up yourself, Miss Wong. Never heard about your company. I need to look up your company. Deltana. I need to look that company up. See what kind of architectural product.
Congratulations, man. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. You know, we all can't give $1 million, but you give what you can, even if it's $1. They have a saying, every mickle make a muckle, right? So his company is located in Doral, Florida. Okay, home accessories, pulls and plates, door accessories, bumpers. Okay, and they have an online catalog. Deltana is the architectural hardware manufacturer with a proven record for exceptional service and quality. All right, so to folks from Jamaica who live in South Florida, I invite you to support your fellow Jamaicans' business, Deltana. Yes, at least you know a part of the profit sharing goes towards donating to needy causes, right? So yeah, Deltana Enterprises. The website is deltana.net. Not promoting anything really. I am, I guess, indirectly, but we support those who support, home. They pay it forward. They, give back some. Yeah. All right. Next up, Jamaica targets Gulf tourists with plans to ease visa rules. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. In a strategic move to boost tourist arrivals from the Gulf Cooperation Council region, Jamaica's Minister of Tourism, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, announced plans to review the country's visa facilitation process for GCC visitors. The Gulf Cooperation Council includes 6 countries: the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman. Speaking at a press conference during the Arabian Travel Market in Dubai on April 29, Minister Bartlett highlighted the growing interest in Caribbean experiences among travelers from the Gulf, pointing to their higher than average spending and longer stays. The proposed changes aim to simplify visa application procedures and enhance Jamaica's appeal as a travel destination for affluent Middle Eastern visitors. Okay. Currently, travelers from the UAE are granted visas on arrival in Jamaica. However, Minister Bartlett indicated that expanding or improving these arrangements across the broader GCC could help Jamaica capture a larger share of this lucrative market. All right. Boy, I'm going to tell you, that man you're not tired. Pick up yourself, Mr. Bartlett. Do your thing. Do your thing. Any comments on this one before we keep it moving as we talk about tourism? James, are you up? Yeah, me know, sir. I must, James. Come through, James. Talk to us.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is another thing where, you hear this type of news and you're like, yeah, like I'm happy. But you're on the other hand, you're like, why couldn't this be done as a joint effort in the Caribbean? We see what's going on in Guyana, that Guyana, they're having making moves too in terms of the Middle East. Why can't it be like a joint effort to filter Middle Eastern tourists right across the Caribbean? So it's a good look, but I just believe in terms of air traffic going back and forth, some of these things can be like joint effort between the different islands, and we don't have to do it individually. That's my only feedback on that. But it's good. It's a good thing. They stay longer. They stay minimum 2 weeks. European and Middle Eastern, when they travel, they stay minimum 2 weeks, and they spend a lot of money. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the sentiments that you just echoed are from conversations we've had several times over and over again, no? Moving as a region, being able to accomplish more. Well, let's see what will happen out of it, James.
Yeah, because what I'm saying, because like when you look at Grenada, right? Like to ensure that we have like full planes going back and forth, you know, like you get one of those flights and you fly and you drop off in Grenada and then you fly to Jamaica. It's a win-win, right? And in that case, you'd have, instead of, because what is going to happen when you have these straight flights coming into like any Caribbean country from the Middle East? There's going to be 1 or 2 flights maximum per week. You're not going to have more than that.
Right.
If we do joint efforts, you can have day-to-day flights, like flights coming every single day of the week into the region, and everyone benefits.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, James. Thank you. All right. Any other comments on this one that we're wrapping up? Final story out of the Caribbean corner. Jamaica targets Gulf tourists with plans to ease the visa rules. And when we talk about the Gulf tourists, the countries specifically are the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman. May I have one request though for those folks coming from the Gulf? Just one request. Please do not turn Jamaica and the region by extension into, a PP situation. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. Please do not come to our countries, our islands, and try to engage our women, and I'm speaking specifically to the men. Do not try to engage our women or rope them into these disgusting things that they carry on with over there in Saudi Arabia. I'm just saying.
You're funny, moments. I thought about that too.
And women, please, not make one like a 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Make you go do some unscrupulous things, some nasty things. No matter nobody tell me about you. Okay, let me just say that and keep it moving. Okay, next up. So we're finished with the stories out of the Caribbean corner. Time for Las Noticias. First up, U.S. jury's $30 million verdict brings hope for Cuban exiles over confiscated land. This article comes to us courtesy of TheGuardian.com. Long before it became, and it is 3 minutes after the top of the hour, long before it became one of Cuba's most popular tourist destinations in the 1990s, the small island of Cayo Coco, with its pristine beaches and powdery white sands, attracted a different kind of clientele. Inspired by its unspoiled beauty and his observations of shack-dwelling fishermen scratching out a meager living, Ernest Hemingway set scenes from 2 of his most famous books there, including the 1952 classic, The Old Man and the Sea. Then came the giant all-inclusive mega resort hotels that have proliferated in recent decades along the island's northern coast and brought in millions of desperately needed dollars for a largely destitute Cuban government. Now, there's a bitterly contested multi-million-dollar lawsuit that has implications for the descendants of dozens of Cuban exiles in the U.S. who have been fighting for decades for compensation for land and property seized following Fidel Castro's 1959 communist revolution. Mario Echevarria, who is head of a Cuban-American family in Miami, says it owned Cayo Coco and saw it stolen from stolen from them in Castro's aggressive land reforms, and won a $30 million verdict this month from the travel giant Expedia after a 2-week trial. The jury said Expedia and subsidiaries Orbitz and Hotels.com illegally profited from promoting and selling vacation packages at hotels there. The rare lawsuit was one of the first brought under Title III of the 1996 Cuban Liberty and Democratic Solidarity Act, also known as the Helms-Burton Act. The act was designed to finally open a legal pathway for such compensation claims, but was suspended by successive presidents until Donald Trump made the decision to activate it in 2019. The intention? Well, that was to deter US and international companies from investing in Cuba by exposing them to potentially huge financial penalties for conducting business there. For Echevarria, who reminisced about his grandmother tending the beachfront at Cayo Coco in a moving Spanish language interview with Univista TV earlier this year, the verdict is not the end of the story. He and his family may never see a penny after Federico Moreno, the district court judge overseeing the case, paused the award and set a further hearing for August, seeking specific evidence that the family itself legally acquired the land on Cuba's independence from Spain in 1898. Interesting. Wow.
Oops.
So yes, folks, a lot of people, some came to Miami, some went to, no, I'm sorry. So a lot of Cubans left Cuba 1898 to coming forward. Some went to Jamaica, some made it to Central America, some to South America. Yeah. And now when we fast forward to Fidel Castro's regime, many people escaped or left and went into exile because the Castro regime at the time was going to take away what they had worked for, so to speak. I'll just leave it right there. And I can understandably so. Understandably so, because hold on, Adasoji, when you work from nothing and you build yourself up and then only to have it taken away from you, I can understand. And in Jamaica, many Jamaicans left Jamaica during the Manley regime and came to Miami in the 70s because the same thing was going to happen. What they had worked very hard for was at risk of being confiscated. Yeah, but go ahead, Adesoji.
Okay. We have to be mindful of narratives. The one thing that enthralls the human mind is the ability to conjure up stories that would engender empathy, in some cases sympathy. When the revolution happened in Haiti in 1959, the country was in the throes of a dictatorship. The state was basically a corrupt front for the excesses of the criminal enterprise in the United States. They used to go there to play golf, to frolic, and get to all of their hedonistic lifestyles. Majority of the services that funded these things are steeped in crime. So when the Cuban Revolution happened, what they did was effectively take over all of these enterprises, nationalize them for what they were. Now, It's ironic that this case was brought and a judge saw it's fit to pass judgment over it. I wonder what would happen if a similar type case is brought on the situation in Palestine. And then we begin to see how the framing of narratives, like I said at the beginning, colors everything. Yes, you might want to go after Cuba. It's been tried before. It's not gonna, for one, you're basically chasing a phantom enemy. They don't have the money to give you. So awarding monetary compensation to someone on behalf of the Cuban, it's like basically giving you nothing out of nothing. I don't understand why you're bringing the case. For one, it's a long time ago. And what's this thing about, again, convenience narratives? When it comes to African Americans, what happened in Greenwood, Tulsa, Tulsa, and a case was brought. Nobody deemed it fit that even the survivors, something that they fully had, considered to have happened, were fit enough to be awarded compensation. But yet, in this case, in a far long place, you want to, come on, man. It's not even what the piece of paper is written on. I'm sorry, I yield.
But Adesoji, during the Castro regime, didn't Castro confiscate a lot of the land that was given to the oligarchs who was in bed with Batista, who wrongfully acquired it?
That's the case.
And if we were to use a case as a precedent, how would the Africans in South Africa hold on to 90% or 70% or so of the land?
Oh, you see?
Can they show that they rightfully acquired it? Now they're saying that the South African government and the ANC and everybody is trying to take away their land. Why don't they bring the papers to show that they acquired that land rightfully?
This is why
I think we could use it as a precedent.
Exactly. This is why it's interesting when people open the door to possible. They think people are not watching them. You're opening the doors to your own demise. I mean, the same can be said for those people who are pressing charges in Zimbabwe. After they've decimated the economy of that country and they're seeking compensation, give us the paperwork that says that land belongs rightfully to you. So why should we compensate you for something that doesn't rightfully belong to you? And on and on. The same thing can be said for the farms in Kenya. Hello? Well, I mean, we can start going everywhere.
So look at Jazz's question, but can you use a precedent from another country?
Well, you've opened the door. You've basically said you're looking at, so the United States court system is looking at a case of something that happened in Cuba and is educating on it. So the same thing can be said, because what you can do is draw parallels, because precedents are set based on parallels. It's been done elsewhere. And if it's been done elsewhere, it can be done here as well. So you just have to drive a very cogent argument. And on the basis of it, all of the aforementioned instances would, I even add Namibia, where the Germans committed atrocities against the Namas and the Hereros. The list is endless. The same thing can be said in Senegal, where the French pew-pewed the people who fought for them in the Second World War, refusing to pay them a fair compensation. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So when Mr. Orange Clown that you have decided, you know what, the clowns are going to come out and play. Guess what? We will also bring our balls and we bring our seals and we go.
Don't forget the Congolese land that is owned by Belgians under Leopold when they went and take all the people land and the resources. I really think that people in South Africa and those countries should really right now take that case, draw some parallels, and start doing justice to make sure that the Africans are given their land and they're not unjustly taken away from them, but just have them bring their peoples.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Anything else? Go ahead, James, and then we move on.
Yeah, moments. And well, one of the reasons why this thing don't make sense with like a lot of the Cubans that went to Florida is that the Cuba, right? Cuba became a communist country out of it. It was a reactive measure that was taken, right?
Did I lose James? I think, James, you have the red bar. So we're not hearing you. You have the red bar, James. We've lost James there. James?
Can you hear me?
Okay, start over because you had the red bar, so we lost a lot of.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, James. Go ahead. James, what are you doing? What are you doing, James?
Yeah, you can hear me better?
Yes, much better. Go ahead.
Yeah,
man, go on, talk. Can you hear me, James?
Yeah, so what I was saying is that the communist, yeah, I can hear you now. The communist government of Cuba was a reactive measure, right? It wasn't always after the revolution. After the revolution in Cuba, the embargo was imposed on them, and that is when the communist style leadership came in. Because remember, there's like a 7 years timeline between the revolution, the embargo, until when Cuba was officially a communist country, when the Communist Party was formed. And between that time, the invasion took place, right? When the Cubans came to try and fight back for Cuba in the night, and they were defeated, the Cuban and the Americans. So it was more of a reactive measure. Like if it wasn't for the embargo, if it wasn't from all of those stuff that took place between 1958 and 1965, Cuba would not be a communist country. So it makes no sense, you know. And those Cubans that went to Florida, they got a lot of stuff. They got taken care of by the American government at the time, right? So I don't know what they expect. And most of those people that went to Florida were a part of the administration, not the administration, but a part of the government. Just call them like the oligarchs that occupied Cuba from 1905. Remember that the American government had an occupation on Cuba. They had their people there, their oligarchs and their bigwigs there. Those are the people that left Cuba. Not everyone left Cuba. So people need to remember that also.
James, let us not forget that Marco Rubio, current Secretary of State of America, his parents came here as refugees, not under Fidel Castro government that he so liked to condemn, but during the reign of Batista. And his mother happened to went back to Cuba 3 times after the revolution when Fidel Castro was in power. So he came as a refuge. They came as refugees, and she went back, and she was allowed to go back and to come back here. So the threat was not Fidel Castro, but he liked to make people feel that Cuba is so bad under the revolution when his family had to run away before the revolution. I yield.
Yeah, and to add to that, Mr. President, remember, Batista was a puppet for the American government, right? And it's not like Cubans had good treatment under his regime either. So, you know, people don't remember history. That's why people get so confused with what's going on now, because that's the real history. Like they had their puppet there, and when they lost everything, you know, that's when they wanted to with the embargo. Same thing with Haiti. They occupied Haiti for a long time too. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for that. Moving right along, next up in Las Noticias, gold mining suspended in Peru's north after 13 miners were unalived. This article courtesy of theguardian.com. Peru's president, Dina Boluarte, has suspended gold mining and announced a 12-hour curfew in Patas, which is in the northern region, after criminals kidnapped and unalived 13 gold mine workers. A Peruvian gold mining company, La Poderosa, said on Sunday that the bodies of 13 contract workers from a local firm had been found by the police inside one of the mine's tunnels. Boluarte told journalists on Monday that the armed forces will take control of the area where La Poderosa operates, but did not give further details about how the 30-day mining pause would be enforced. Stories on the international scene. What we know about India's strike on Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. This article comes to us courtesy of BBC. 2 weeks after a deadly militant attack on tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir, India has launched a series of strikes on sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. The Indian Defense Ministry said the strikes, named Operation Sindoor, were part of a commitment to hold those responsible for the April 22 attack, which left 25 Indians and one Nepali national unalived, unaccountable. But Pakistan, which has denied any involvement in last month's attack, has described the strikes as unprovoked, with the Prime Minister, Shahbaz Sharif, saying the heinous act of aggression will not go unpunished. Pakistan's military says it has shot down 5 Indian aircraft and a drone. India has yet to respond to these claims. Pakistan's military spokesperson, the Lieutenant General, said at least 26 people were unalived and 46 injured. India's army said at least 15 civilians were unalived and 43 injured by Pakistani shelling on its side of the de facto border. Do we really need another one? Did it have to get to this point? Go right ahead, Adesoji. Let's
No,
hear
you
your
don't.
stand.
You don't. So this problem is essentially one that has been generated on the basis of proxy. India is a proxy for the United States. Pakistan is a proxy for Britain. So basically what you have now is two, quote unquote, best buddies punching it out on the playground, using proxies. Modi wants the issue of Kashmir to be settled. But here's the problem. In as much he wants to settle it, he's also having to endure what the United States government is also enduring. Every action he takes outside with regards to Kashmir and with regards to the Indian state is against the Constitution. The Constitution says you cannot have a wholly Hindu state. And I repeat, you cannot have a wholly Hindu state. There must be elements of Islam, elements of Christianity, elements of Hinduism. So, because they call their society, it's a secular constitution. That's the bedrock of it. So it's like this guy, ever since they came to power in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, has believed that Hindu is the national religion and anything else does not count for it, which is a far cry from what should happen. So why is this thing important? When they both got their independence in 47 and 48, one of the key problems was this area between both of them in the north. In the north, so it's northeast of one and northwest of the other. So northeast of India, northwest of Pakistan. So you've now got this issue where this place also wants to be independent. But because it's a bit Muslim and the state needs it to underscore its secularism in the constitution, is going to fight anyone to the death for it. Now, here's the problem. For Modi, this is a place he wants but doesn't need. If you understand what I'm saying. So he wants the land, but he doesn't want the people in it, because the people in it doesn't look like the kind of people he can defend. So the idea that Indians were unalived in Kashmir is the only driving force. And has this sort of thing happened before? Yes. I mean, multiple times. They fought over the place. In fact, there is, if you go on YouTube, there is this constant ceremony where you see Pakistani soldiers and Indian soldiers marching and facing each other nose to nose. It's funny to look at because they've been at war since independence. And it's just, what's the word they call it? An agreed peace. But technically they are at war. The mindset, the ideology and everything. So I started off with the fact that I said it's basically a proxy war. Why is this all of a sudden happening? Modi has sought the comfort of the Orange Clown. And the Orange Clown has decided, you know what? Do as you please. But here's the thing. Britain also used Pakistan back in the day of spying against the Russians. So Britain backs Pakistan. So we're going to have to come to speed. I mean, they will do all of this setting up of fireworks from time to time. A couple of people will be unalived. They will get some major headlines. They will be called. Each of them will get a pat on the head, and then they will go their separate ways until we resume hostilities another day. So don't fret. It's not going to be World War III anywhere soon. They're just playing out their normal playground stuff. I yield.
Thank you, Adesoji. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, next up. Oops, where are we? All right, so that one was what we know about India's strike on Pakistan. So according to Geely, same mother, different father, family-based things. The long and short of it, if you want to put it that way. Lord have mercy, the analogies that we have to come up with. Eh? All right, next up. Feeding the hungry will be harder than ever for the world's largest food aid agency. This article comes to us courtesy of NPR. Let's take a listen. Right?
The number of people in the world facing hunger has stayed stubbornly high since the pandemic. At the same time, international support for food aid has been dropping. And then came the Trump administration's dramatic cuts to humanitarian assistance. Now, one of the world's largest humanitarian aid groups is planning to radically downsize. Reporter Gabriel Spitzer has the story.
An email went out recently to employees at the United Nations World Food Program. The subject line said, "Workforce Update." The memo said, "Job cuts are coming." The World Food Program is the major international effort to fight hunger. Last year, the organization reports it served more than 100 million people. 5 years ago, it won the Nobel Peace Prize. In the email obtained by NPR, WFP leadership said to expect staff cuts of 25 to 30%, about 6,000 jobs. They said the cuts will affect every level of the organization in every place they operate. Paul Spiegel directs the Center for Humanitarian Health at Johns Hopkins University.
I've been working in the humanitarian field for nearly 30 years now, and I've never seen such a situation before in these 30 years.
Donor countries in Europe had already been scaling back their contributions. The latest and most abrupt blow came this year when the U.S., the largest funder of the World Food Program, canceled several $100 million in grants. Last year, the U.S. had contributed $4.5 billion to the WFP.
I understand the donor fatigue because there seem to be so many emergencies, but this is different, I think, and we're going to see enormous amounts of, sadly, increased numbers of deaths in these humanitarian settings.
The World Food Program projects that next year the organization will get less than half of what it needs.
In the past, there have been crises where funding has dried up for various reasons, but not on the sort of global scale that we're seeing now.
Harold Manhart is the World Food Program's deputy country director in Afghanistan, where he says the funding cuts have been especially painful. In that country, the U.S. contributed $280 million through USAID last year. This year, the Trump administration canceled those contracts. According to the UN, about half the Afghan population depends on aid for survival, and more than 3 million are on the brink of starvation. And yet, Manhart says the WFP could not afford to keep up with the needs even before the latest U.S. cuts.
Whenever I've been visiting over the last 6 months or so, distribution sites, there's a lot of people outside there asking why they can't be included in the programs. We're already only feeding half or less than half of who we should be assisting.
Policy experts say it's not just emergency assistance that will be affected, but also projects meant to make countries self-sufficient. Caitlin Welsh is Director of Food and Water Security at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. It's a bipartisan policy think tank. She says cuts planned at the WFP will also hurt countries over the long term, and a drop in support from the U.S. will only make things worse.
So it's both types of assistance that the U.S. government is cutting. The emergency assistance for those in most need, and the other types of assistance that's intended to make sure that people wouldn't need that assistance in the first place.
In a statement to NPR, a State Department spokesperson said that USAID has canceled only a small number of World Food Program contracts, and that those were due to, quote, concerns about funds benefiting terrorist groups like the Houthis and Taliban. The World Food Program would not comment on its planned staffing cuts, but said in a statement it will prioritize its limited resources toward the 343 million people struggling with hunger and increasingly starvation. For NPR News, I'm Gabriel Spitzer.
I have a question, and humor me for a second. I have a question. Which country that has received or has been receiving food aid has become self-sufficient?
Exactly.
We're in Q4, so the last time.
Name one, just one. Read between the lines, people. Read between the lines. Name me one country that has become self-sufficient after being reliant upon the WFP for food because of food insecurity, because of hunger and starvation. Name me one. How many years have some countries been receiving food donated to them? How many years? And you want to tell me say not 20, 30, 40 years, because from me a pitney, I mean 52 this year, from me a pitney to backside. Some countries have been receiving food aid. So what has happened in the half a century why they're still receiving aid to this day for food? Who is preventing them from becoming self-sufficient, from being able to farm their own lands? But then again, let me not go down that rabbit hole. Morning, Ozzy. Go on, James. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so with these countries though, like I think these countries need to start communicating with each other, because this is a perfect opportunity to kick out people out of your country. Because this is like someone coming in your house, thief $1,000 worth of grocery, wipe out your kitchen and everything clean, and then come back and give you one cookie when them feel like. You know, these countries are not poor. All of these countries that we're talking about that are getting aid, they have their resources. And so now I would be like the leader, step up and say, okay, like the leader of like the former prime minister of Ghana said it, like, okay, why do we need aid from America? Let them keep their aid and we'll keep our stuff. So just tell them kindly remove your base from out of our country. We will build back our country and we don't need your aid, but we need you out of our country. Same like what's going on in Burkina Faso, in Nigeria and those places. Perfect time to do that. And I think they should start communicating and make moves like those.
343 million people are struggling with hunger and increasingly facing starvation. Thank you, James. Next up, Schultz to hand over power in Germany to sound of feminist anthem Respect. Song made famous by Aretha Franklin is on military band's set list for handover of chancellery to Friedrich Merz. This article comes to us courtesy of TheGuardian.com. The German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, is to be played out of office by a military band who will perform tunes chosen by him that are intended to sum up his mood and political life. Scholz will bow out to the Beatles, Johann Sebastian Bach, and Otis Redding, hits made famous by Aretha Franklin. The 66-year-old will hand over office on Tuesday to Friedrich Merz, whose center-right conservatives won Germany's federal election in February, and who will lead a coalition with Scholz's Social Democrats. In a tradition going back to the 16th century, chancellors, presidents, defense ministers, and military generals are given a farewell ceremony, and their chosen playlist always receives much scrutiny. In other news on the international scene, China evaluating U.S. offer to engage in trade negotiations, and the comments come a week after Trump claimed talks were already taking place. Article courtesy of TheGuardian.com. Did you all hear the one where our president kept saying, oh, China keeps calling him, only for China to rebut and say, let's get this straight. He has been calling us, and we've put him on hold and played Obama's speeches for him until he hangs up. Y'all heard that one?
Yep.
I'm sorry, we do not engage in that kind of behavior. How dare China disrespect our president like that? If he calls to talk to China, China ought to do the right thing, have some kind of decorum, and engage.
No, but he's busy telling his people at home that you wait, China's going to come and negotiate. How can you negotiate for something that is already yours? How does that work? How? I mean, the mind boggles. But hey, we live in interesting times now that people, again, like I said, people just make up narratives in their heads and you want everybody else to believe it.
That's what we do. This is America. We can believe anything we want.
You know what I'm hoping for at the end of this term? What's his name? Lutnick. I hope he ends up in prison, because if there's anyone worse than thing, is that guy. Every time I see him, like my skin does crawl. The man is just so disgusting. No, seriously. Like I hope this guy end up in prison, and while he's in there, Trump say, you know what, I'm not going to pardon you because he's disgusting.
So let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of the NPR. No, not NPR. Hold on a second. We finished with the NPR one. Courtesy of The Guardian. Beijing is evaluating an offer from the U.S. to engage in trade negotiations. The Chinese government made that statement a week after Donald Trump claimed talks are already underway. This is why you can't get your news from the U.S. alone. China's Commerce Ministry said on Friday, the U.S. has recently taken the initiative on many occasions to convey information to China through relevant parties, saying it hopes to talk with China. On Thursday, influential commentators in China said the country was ready to engage in talks. The suggestion that Beijing was potentially willing to negotiate with Washington, along with a better than expected report on U.S. jobs, sent markets higher on Friday on both sides of the Atlantic. Ren Yi, a nationalist blogger who writes under the nickname Chairman Rabbit, wrote that the U.S. had frequently and proactively contacted the Chinese side through various channels, hoping to negotiate with the Chinese government on economic and trade issues. Now, before we can seek to engage with them, I think there is something common courtesy that needs to be handled first. We need an apology. J.D. Vance needs, by the way, did J.D. Vance visit India or Pakistan recently? Because we know what happened after he went to visit the Pope, right? That was the last time we heard about the Pope. Did he visit India or Pakistan recently? Just asking. I want to know. Because he's been a couple other places, and right after his departure, things were not looking too cute. So I'm just wondering. But anyway, let me not digress. We are going to need our Vice President, J.D. Vance, to do the right thing, the honorable thing, to apologize for calling China and the citizens of China peasants. Right? These peasants hold 800 and something $million or $1 billion of our debt. We, in other words, we owe China. Let's not forget that. So, before we can engage, apologize. That's all. Break down the walls, or no, don't apologize. But me personally, you insult me, and I must just pick up the phone and carry on. Business as usual, no doubt. No. I have standards.
Those are some rich peasants, though.
Filthy rich peasants. Yeah. Have you seen what the peasants live in? How they move about? Have you seen?
Which is why we need them to come and negotiate with us.
In other news, Sudan fails to attempt to make UAE accountable for acts of genocide. Or should I say unaliving? According to TheGuardian.com, an attempt by Sudan's government to make the United Arab Emirates legally accountable for acts of unaliving in West Darfur. It's a shame when we can't call things what they are. Well, I can't say what they are because me look at nobody and without getting flagged. But anyway, an attempt by Sudan's government to make the United Arab Emirates legally accountable for acts of unaliving in grave numbers in West Darfur has been rejected by the International Court of Justice after the judges voted 14-2 to declare they had no jurisdiction. By a narrower majority, the judges voted 9-7 to strike the case entirely from the ICJ list. There have been repeated allegations during the 2-year civil war in Sudan that the UAE has been flying arms to the paramilitary rapid support forces in an attempt to oust the Sudanese armed forces led by Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. However, when the UAE signed up to Article 9 of the Genocide Convention in 2005, it inserted a reservation stating it would not allow disputes about the interpretation, application, and fulfillment of the convention to be resolved at the ICJ. Any thoughts on this, Adesoji? Or we keep it moving?
I was just gonna say, what the court said there is they had no jurisdiction. They didn't say it doesn't happen. It's just that they have no jurisdiction. So what Sudan could do is continue to beat the drum. Just because you don't go the legal route, beat the drum. Point out, that's why you have social media. Show pictures of the plane, show pictures of the kind of weapons they're getting, show where the weapons come from. That's a media campaign that you start. Sometimes most of the wars that we have are not fought on the battlefield, they're fought in the headlines. So you can do that, I yield.
Absolutely. You have to be creative. You have to be creative. Use all the resources that you have available. And remember, I think it was last week, we spoke about a couple of countries and the reason for the ongoing unrest that has been happening there. The G-side that has been happening in certain states across the continent of Africa and certain regions is all because just look beneath the earth. You'll find what it is that is causing the problems. Why people won't leave them alone. It always lies beneath the surface. We might look at it as dust and sand and what have you. No. It's like a nut. You have to crack that nut open, the almond, the nutmeg. You have to crack them open to get to the goodies on the inside. It's the same thing with these regions.
Well, it makes me uncomfortable to talk about nuts while we're on air. All the same, I get the analogy. But Um, yes. It's we're talking about very expensive pieces of real estate. And like you said, sometimes it's the ones we can't see. The lands have been mapped, they've been surveyed, the value of which everyone. I mean, funny enough, you should mention it. There's a book that was released in 1962. I still have a copy of it actually. And it's the United Nations map of mineral resources in Africa where they are. Literally, there's this huge map, and there is a book that goes with it. So the map exists, the map is in the insert of the book. But with the map, you can see where everything is. Oil, gas, gold. All of this survey was done by the United Nations in 1959, and the book was subsequently released in 1962. The book is in storage somewhere amongst thousands of books somewhere. But actually, I should actually go and get it and show it on Adesoji Speaks this because I was going to run this story as well. So, but you've just given me an angle now where that book needs to come out and be shown. But hey, even the map, I won't be able to show the map. I might scan it, but it's huge. But I'll try and scan it so that people will get an idea of when you look at this map, and the books, they'll probably still be in the archives of the United Nations, but they printed out copies of it. They list everything, the kind of waters that flow through most of the countries, where the natural, where the underground aquifers are. So again, those are the kind of things that we don't pay heed to, but they that have the information know to go after which country. And, so for now,
Which lends, what you just said, leads me to ask this question rather. Why was the United Nations really created? I mean, according to Google, it was created in 1945 following the devastation of World War II, primarily to prevent future wars and to promote international cooperation on a wide range of issues. Have they been successful as it relates to preventing future wars? Nah, not at all. Far from it. But anyway, its main objectives are maintaining international peace and security, promoting economic, social, and cultural cooperation, and fostering respect for human rights. Now, it's weird that they founded or formed the United Nations on the premise of those things. However, did I just hear you say the United Nations knows where everything is, right? Based on that map, they know everything is. They know what countries have what. So, what was the real purpose of the United Nations being created?
So like you said, the United Nations was formed off the back of the Second World War, 1945, San Francisco, August 8, 1945. And the League of Nations at the time was a body of all of these imperialist countries who went into Africa, divvied up the place and the rest of the world. And because Germany lost its footing, and as a result of the Versailles Treaty, Germany was asked to pay reparation to the other powers. Germany felt aggrieved. Mr. H-Man got up to his, put his skates on, decided to steamroll through the rest of Europe, decimating Africa, and what have you. The downside of the entire thing was the release of the first and the second atomic bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But here was the thing. Majority of the wars we have subsequently have always been started by the same guys who have the veto power on the Security Council. They've not been started by anybody else. They've been instigated by those five guys. Would I give China some, maybe I'll give China some leeway, because technically China's way of dominating has been trade. But with regards to weapons and armament of war, that has been the major preserves of the like of France, Britain, and the United States. Those three. And you can see just the footprint. The United States, for all of its military might, has been involved in 180 wars since the formation of the United Nations. And there are 181 countries on the United Nations Charter. So that just gives you an idea that the only country that is probably not invaded is the United States.
So, glad you said all of that, Adesoje. Thank you for that. Maintaining international peace and security. The UN works to prevent disputes from escalating into armed conflict and to help restore peace after conflict has occurred. Now, how successful has the United Nations been in recent times with staving off wars, the escalation of armed conflict? Also, hold on. The United Nations provides a platform for nations to collaborate economic development. So if we're going to talk about the collaboration as it relates to economic development, why is it that countries across Africa, rich in resources, are never at the table? Okay, protecting human rights. The UN plays a crucial role in promoting and protecting human rights, ensuring that all individuals are treated with dignity and respect. So is it that this only applies to some countries but not others? That they ought to treat people with dignity and respect? And as we talk about addressing global issues, the UN tackles a wide array of global issues, including poverty, do they? Disease, really? Climate change, rise of Caribbean countries, and terrorism. And so from the outside looking in, just someone passing by and hearing this, right? Not delved in the news day to day. Let's just say I'm totally disconnected, but I happen to be walking by and I hear this being said about the purpose or the reasons behind the formation, the creation of the United Nations. I would say, but Orlando, they're not serving a purpose. Dismantle them. Because all of what they say, them did if it prevent from happening. Agwan. So what's the purpose of the United Nations? Pray tell. Who does the United Nations serve? Who benefits the most from the existence of the United Nations? What nations united where? Am I asking a reasonable question? Or am I coming to a reasonable conclusion as a passerby, a lay person?
No, you're asking a fairly legitimate question, and the question needs to be asked. Why? Because you have this behemoth of an organization. You go to New York, and he's sitting there, in all its gleaming glory, and some of the most iconic and dramatic pictures have been taken in that building, in the central part where discussions have been taken. Yes, so you should ask the question. For one, the oldest and the longest peacekeeping mission of the United Nations is in Congo. It's been there for over 60 years, and Congo is still at loggerheads with itself, its neighbors, and the people who claim to come to help actually are contributing more to the problem. Belgium, France, the United States, and the United Kingdom.
Can you get some different names to call, please? No other names out there?
No, because
80-something countries, and they keep calling the same names out of.
Yeah, because they're the same actors on the world stage. They're the same actors on the world stage. The ironic thing is, there's a book out there titled Washington Bullets, written by Vijay Prashad, where he goes into the nucleus of the United Nations and how it was supposed to work. essentially everyone came to the Washington, D.C. to sign a surrender. What was the surrender? The United States had the freedom based on the fact that it provided money as part of the Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of Europe to most of these countries. In return, the United States got access to the colonies in Caribbean and the African continent to be able to go and explore and get whatever resources they can get with unfettered access. So anytime you see the United States go into a place and the people are really fighting against it, that is people pushing back against the deal that was agreed without their own consent. And the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, the Britain Secretary of Foreign Affairs, asked a question at that time. Maybe he asked the wrong question the wrong way, but he still asked the question. And the question went like this: "You're asking me to sign the surrender." And the US Secretary of State at the time, McNamara, said, "Well, you call it what it is. If you want the money, this is what you have to give up for it." And they signed. So the reason why you keep seeing those same names coming up and up every time is because they were the ones who were involved in the exploitation and imperialist efforts back in the day. And post Second World War, they were still the parties who were in play. And so for one to come out and control the rest of them, you're going to see them in the course of time. So whatever is happening in Burkina Faso now might be led by the United States, but followed closely behind by France. It's like, "Oh, daddy, this used to be mine, but this bully doesn't want me to have it." Okay. And then you saw the lackey go in front of the Congress to say he wants to arrest someone purporting a lie that this guy is using the riches of the country to enrich himself. What he's sucking there is reading a script, a long played out script, similar script, like I said. Their playbook never goes wrong. They repeat the same playbook. The only thing is we have different listeners every time, but the same playbook is being played out. So that's France and that's the United States. So everywhere you see them, Sudan. In Sudan, it's Britain and the United States. In Ethiopia, it is the United States. In, let me see, which other country do we have? In Niger, it's France and the United States. In, which other one? There's another one. In Mali, it is France and the United States. In Libya, in Libya, it's Britain, France, and the United States. In Egypt, when they overthrew Hosni Mubarak, it was the United States.
Don't want to hear with name no more.
So in Mozambique, it was France and the United States.
It just doesn't stop. No wonder Angola, we need history removed from the annals.
In Angola, it was Portugal and the United States. So the constant is in South Africa, it was Germany, Germany, Japan, UK, France, and the United States. I could go on and on and on. And all of this stuff is not hidden. It's there. It's there right in front of us.
Shut down the internet, shut down the history book, them, lock up the library, them, everything. Get rid of it. I'm sick and tired of hearing the US's name being called. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, Adasoji, you can answer a question for me?
Go ahead, ask a question.
You probably know, why do you think Portugal retired from the colonizing business? They seem to be the only one that...
Yes, there's a good reason for that. Of all of them, Portugal was the poorest. It didn't have the money. So the way they well, nice word you use when you say retired, the way they were retired away from the imperialist business was to hand over all their colonies to Britain, buoyed by, you guessed it, the United States. So its colony in Africa were Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde. And guess who has a base in Cape Verde? The United States.
You know, other soldier, James, I don't know why I got asked a question, because you know, other soldier, now I'm starting to understand why they're removing African American history in the States, right? They're removing the truth. Because you cringe when you hear certain things. Me don't like hear the US name call up in everything around the world. So I get it. I get it. We lost James there. Come in, James. I will move on.
Yeah, I have another question.
If the US name I got called, I don't want to hear the question.
Did they just hand it over, or were they properly compensated? Do we have any record of the compensation?
Okay, so yeah, so with regards to their colonies, there was not a compensation for one colony per se, but there was money for access. How much did they get? They got a $400 million US in 1972 to be able to use Mozambique as a listening post. So they were able to build a listening post to to be able to spy on the Russians. Yes. Yeah, they got 400 million in 19.
Okay, we're done. Let's move on.
And that was the United States that paid in cash.
We have more stories that I want you to hear before you have to go to class at a Soji. This one, Rwanda in talk. James, zip it, nothing else. Rwanda in talks to accept illegal migrants from America as a favor to the US in exchange for money. All right.
Rwanda now confirming that it is ready to take in the
Whoops, sorry about that. What did I just do? Press the wrong thing.
despicable human beings that the Rwanda now confirming that it is ready to take in the despicable human beings that the United States is removing from the country. That's what the Trump administration calls these undocumented migrants that have been sent to places like El Salvador and Panama.
I would say that's the spirit we are in, of giving chance to migrants who are in trouble across the world. So we are in talks with the USA. It's not finalized yet for us to say this is how it will turn out, but talks are taking place, and once they are concluded, we'll inform you. It is in its early stages.
Why would the US send undocumented migrants to Rwanda thousands of kilometers away? It's a long way to go, but that is the point.
We are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it.
It will not be the first time that Rwanda has done something like this. It's called migrant offshoring and has a lot of criticism in the human rights space. In the case of the UK deal, which we covered about 2 years ago, we went to Kigali and saw the facilities, the hostel where these migrants will be kept. Rwanda will be paid about $500,000 over 5 years, and another £20,000 for every successful migrant that was sent to Rwanda. Rwanda now confirming that
so before I hand the mic over real quick, there is a billboard here in Miami with 4 politicians' faces on it. One of them is Marco Rubio. And it was put up by the Cuban American folks down here in South Florida in beautiful Miami. And traitors. But go ahead. Who wants to take this Rwanda situation? Why is Rwanda even considering taking money in exchange? You know what? Go ahead.
Okay. Go on.
Hold on, Mr. President. I don't saw you go because him have class coming up. Go ahead, Soji.
Okay, so we're well aware that in the last couple of years of the Rishi Sunak government, money was offered to, in fact, the money wasn't offered, money was given to Rwanda to take on migrants that came to the United Kingdom via boats. The idea of doing that is not a new idea. Australia has already done it. But the thing about the way the Australia did it was they farmed these people out to places like Papua New Guinea and Nauru. And people can Google this. The people have been there for 10, 15 years, desperate, what's for where. In some cases, they unalive themselves because they're essentially in an open air prison on islands, right? The difference with that is you're taking people, and the people with regards to Australia are still in fairly, what's the word? Fairly homogeneous environment, which is most of the people are either from Burma, from Thailand, and they're a bit homogeneous with the people of the South Pacific, right? So technically language might be different, but the food will not be different because it's largely sea-based foods, right? But you're not doing that. You're taking somebody from wherever they've come from. I'm assuming now they came from South America. And you're going to throw them into the African continent. Of all the places you can throw them in, you're throwing them in a cauldron called Rwanda. That the only reason why there is peace there in the moment is because there is a strong man in power. If everything goes belly up, that place would go up like a tinderbox, right? The land is few and far between. There is competing needs for the little land there is. Now we have this problem where you're imposing a set of people on them to come in and do what exactly? What? Simply because you want money. I'm talking about the leader. You want money. You're going to create another problem on the African. I think Africa doesn't already have enough problems. Rwanda is a very tiny place. Rwanda is not bigger than New Jersey. It's called the island, it's called the country of 7 hills for a reason. You can do it in a day. So imagine, and we're talking Africa, where some of the countries are ginormous. Congo next to it will take in Germany and France, and we'll still have a little bit left from some other country. But Rwanda is not that size. So when you're talking about, and here's the worst thing, you're not talking about you want to send deportees. Do you hear the word you use? Despicable. That's the word a human being is using to describe another human being.
I hope he calls his grandparents that.
Thank you very much. One you've probably never met before in your life. And your circumstances are probably no different. You see, that's the thing with proximity to whiteness. You get this psychosis, which Professor Kendi Andrews wrote in his book, The Psychosis of Whiteness. Because you're so close to it, you think all those graces are extended to you. And you start acting out of turn. I'm lost for words. And for some reason, there's somebody on the other side putting their hand out and say, yeah, gimme. And then when this problem goes up, he'll probably be long gone. And then the generation coming behind will be, come on, no.
So, Addison, before I hand over to you, Mr. President, why is it that all leaders for the different countries that the immigrants are from, why don't they come forward and say, give me my people? I don't want anybody else's people. If at 10 you have for me that are Rwandan, give me those 10. If at 20 you have for Jamaica, take your 20. Why are we so taken up with wanting to send people to places they have no connection to?
Because there is an agreed process for deporting people. There is. And that's why you have international law. That, I mean, it's on your, what's it called? It's on your visa application. That if your application, if you overstay, you can be deported. It doesn't say, oh, we'll deport you to a third country. We deport you to where you came from, right? The thing about these clowns, and that's probably the best way, the nicest way to describe them, is because they're clowns. They don't know what they're doing. The problem with these clowns is they want to show their clapping seals behind them that they can be silly, they can be cruel. And in order to do that, they have to constantly try as much as possible to come up with the most debased way of behavior in the world. You understand? There is no way they can tell you, oh, we created this job, we do that. It's, oh, we punish these people. Won't you clap for us? We punish these people. We're doing this to these people. That's the worst part of it. It's not that they're doing, it's not that those countries will not. If you have Nigerians, you will process them. Wherever it is you pick them up from. If you have Nigerians will take Nigerians. Cubans will take Cubans. But you can't take Nigerians to United Kingdom. Nor can you take those from the United Kingdom and put them in Costa Rica. That's not how it works. This idea that we have power over you and we can just throw you anywhere. That's why you have due process. It's that due process that these guys, because of their need for drama, their need for fanfare about their cruelty, have decided, you know what, we're just going to do I mean, you saw him arguing on the TV the other day with Moran. When he said, oh, you saw knuckles, you saw M13 on his knuckles. The guys you sent him to took a picture of him when he was having a drink with the senator. There was nothing on his knuckles.
Because he doesn't know what Photoshop is. He could ask Baron to tell him what Photoshop means.
And then
again, Baron only knows how to turn on the computer.
The worst part was, the journalist didn't do a perfect job, which was like, he should have questioned him and, drilled him, make him look like a proper fool. But because they need to, I don't know what it is about the office that you feel you cannot ask him pertinent questions. It's like, yeah, let's even look at Abrago. But the court told you cannot send him.
Right.
Why did you flout the court rules? That could have been the angle he could have gone to, rather than, oh, it's just Photoshop and move on. And when he kept saying, oh, yeah, I want to move on, why are you moving on?
I think he was getting frustrated at Asoji. He was getting anybody would just want to move on. He was.
Yeah, I know, but why were you getting frustrated though? Because you were getting frustrated because
you're right. Because he should have known exactly who
you're dealing with.
I get your point.
Are you?
Thank you so much, Adesoji. Mr. President, thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate you. Go right ahead. If you're able to. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you. All right. Next article. We did.
Yeah, moment. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I don't know what is Kagame. I want to support the progress Kagame made in Rwanda from the genocide coming forward. But I do not know what is his fascination with taking prisoners from Europe, now America. And the article said, what, $5 million up front and then $20,000? $20,000 could barely feed somebody for a year. Are you feeding them, paying for security and all this stuff? So it's not a money-making venture as far as I'm concerned.
Money.
So what it is, why I don't even understand. At first, I thought it was a case when the initial one came out with the UK. Well, where you're saying, okay, so African migrants, if you want to send them back or treat them inhumane, maybe I could take them here and help transition them back into society or whatever it is, or transition them back to their countries or to be a facilitator. Now you're talking about taking prisoners. Rwanda don't have the space. You don't have the capacity. There is so much you could do for your own people. First of all, the UK already paid for the facilities. I think it turned some of them into low housing, whatever. You already build the facilities. The UK deal, scrap. Thank you, Lucky Stars. Use that to put some of the poor people in Rwanda. Give them homes or
Well, that might be the plan, you know, Mr. President. I lost you there. That might be the plan. Take the money, take the people them, and set them up over there, make them live so good life. We lost you, Mr. President. So come again.
yeah, but I don't know. I just
We keep losing
I
Mr.
just think
President.
he is fascinated with this thing that I just cannot understand the correlations.
Yeah, some of, but we'll figure it out. Me say, if you're going to take the money, I don't like it. But if you're going to take the money, take the prisoners, take the money, set them up, and send them back to where they want to their homes. That's how I look at it. That's how I look at it. Thank you, Alexa. That's how I look at it. Give them a fresh start in life. And probably that's what he's going to do. That's what I would probably do if I were Kigami. So right now, no look good, but we're going to spin it. Come to Africa. We're going to clean you up. We're going to fix you up because you're not despicable. You're not despicable. You were a teacher. You were a nurse. You were an engineer. You had a great profession. It's just that circumstances forced your hands and you had no choice but to leave. Some of you were trying to escape some, atrocities. But you're not despicable by any means. And we're going to show you that you're not despicable. Come and reclaim your dignity. Yeah, that's what I see. The money can go further over there in Rwanda. Play it smart, Kagame. Be a true humanitarian. Turn your role upon them. Yeah. Ugandan activist, thank you, gentlemen. Ugandan activist asks HSBC to put lives before profit as campaigners target banks AGM. This article courtesy of The Guardian. 39 years old patient Nabukalu was devastated when her friend Kevin unalived in severe flooding that hit their Kampala suburb, Natit, a former wetland. Witnessing unalivings and the destruction of homes and livelihoods in floods made worse by extreme rainfall has had a profound impact on her. She decided to bring about change, to do what she could to amplify the voices of those in the Ugandan communities worst affected by the climate crisis. Now 27, Nabukalu is one of several young climate activists who traveled to London this week to attend what has been predicted to be the last in-person AGM held by HSBC. HSBC. Where have I heard that name before? We'll get back to them. They will deliver a letter to the bank's CEO, Georges El-Hedary, urging him to stop financing the expansion of oil, gas, and coal projects and harmful industrial agribusiness, and to stop providing money to companies that forcibly remove people from their homes to make way for such infrastructure. I knew I heard this name before, HSBC. Yeah. The left hand doesn't seem to know what the right hand is doing, and so too the right hand of HSBC doesn't seem to know what the left hand is doing. Read between the lines. This is an opportunity to talk to real people, not just an HSBC office, said Nabukalu, speaking before the meeting at the Intercontinental Hotel. I will be so happy to get the chance to hand over the letter and to ask, has HSBC measured the damage they have done by financing corporations that are driving the climate crisis. They know what they're doing. They're fully aware, my darling Nabukalu. They know. They choose if they want to stand on the side of corporate responsibility. You know, all corporations make a choice. They have conscience. They just choose to do the things that are egregious, heinous, for the love of money. Mhm. And then they gather in ballrooms at banquets, their wives dressed in fine linens, their husbands in fine Gucci or Armani suits. And they drink out of crystal, eat with sterling silver, 925 probably, silverware, china, fine china plates, with no remorse, no regard, no concern, far removed from the realities that others have. Oh, thank you, Ja. Thank you for extending your subscription, Ja. Yes, some people's subscriptions are ending. It's cheaper to subscribe than tap up this that gives daily. But anyway, let me not digress. But yeah, far removed from the realities. But so it is. HSBC, how are you going to answer this young lady? How? Will this stir something within your moral conscience so that you will slowly, books hard, Soji, book time, so that they will slowly remove themselves and have a heart and put people before profit? It's that simple, folks. A lot of the ills of this world can be solved just by doing that. People before profits. Think about it. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No. Next up, I think we can close out this segment with some positive news. The Pope's big up on ourselves. Pope Francis's Pope Mobile to turn into health clinic for Gazan children. Article can be found on bbc.com. One of Francis's Pope mobiles, which the late pontiff used to greet thousands of people, will be turned into a mobile health clinic to help the children of Gaza. Following a request by Pope Francis, the vehicle used during his visit to Bethlehem in 2014 is being refitted with everything needed for frontline care in a war zone. Charity organization Caritas, which is overseeing the project, made the statement. There will be rapid tests, suture kits, syringes, oxygen supplies, vaccines, and a small fridge for storing medicines. The Vatican said it was the Pope's final wish for the children of Gaza before he passed away last month. The vehicle is currently in Bethlehem and will enter Gaza if and when Israel opens a humanitarian corridor. See, even in his passing, he thought about the children of Gaza.
I don't mind that. I don't know why you're applauding that. The Pope Mobile is 2 feet. What nonsense? This is just PR. Huh? The church could have done more to condemn a certain Zionist state. They tip it over, and up to now they're still playing footsie. And you want to take a Pope Mobile is a tricycle, you know, a little tricycle thing to turn into a tricycle to turn into some hospital. What hospital? What? To put some band-aid and a mini fridge for the children of Gaza. You know how much children get unalive in Gaza? I think they should stop this nonsense and stop playing with people's emotions and stuff like that. They should have buried him in it. Please.
here I was trying to embrace and be grateful for the little that was done. And you just come back sit away. Just like that. 24 minutes after the top of the hour, that article concludes stories on the international scene. Coming up next, we have stories out of North America. But before we get into those, boy, Mr. President, you deal with me a way that's a Lord of mercy. You send me right up in my feelings. Want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, JAHKNO. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And also a big thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com for any genre anytime. Thank you to our listeners watching live on YouTube. Thank you for subscribing to the Coffee and Toe YouTube channel. And for those of you listening online radio and on TikTok, if you have not yet subscribed on YouTube, I invite you to do so. Thank you to everyone here with me on TikTok where the conversation happens. Thank you to our new followers. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Thank you for the engagement. Appreciate each and every one. And just a quick reminder, our YouTube live stream starts at 9:30 a.m. Eastern weekdays, as well as TikTok live starts 9:15 a.m. Eastern. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com. That's LAURMEL. lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Shop today, get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout on the website www.grandcoffeehouse.com. All right. Mr. President, your box, Mr. Harder had to take a break. 26 minutes after the top of the hour.
But I not like moments.
He's not lying. He really isn't lying.
Well, and it is high time we stop pussyfooting around the situations that are happening. You know, it is time we reject the small tokens. It's not enough. Let them say that, oh, so make you can satisfy. No, we pass satisfaction. We pass satisfaction. What is going on in Gaza? Come on. It predates what's happening in Ukraine. You know how much funding Ukraine get? Eh? I saw a video since morning. I shared it. And it says it was this Israeli person. And he was saying that the president of Ireland has been telling the Irish people lies, saying that Israel is starving the people of Gaza. Yeah, he turned off in comments, you know, because he knows. He knows he's talking all sort of bull.
Hold on, say that again. The Irish president is lying to the people of Ireland, saying that the eyes over there are starving the G's and not no
Yes. And not no gosso, because all him sees Hamas in a Nike and Adidas suits on TikTok. And all 59 hostage still the underground and not get released yet. And all the picnic them not hungry. They are not hungry because when you see them on TikTok, they are well fed. I don't know why a young person has said this. This is a grown ass man.
So then, what I'm hearing is that everything that's going on is fabricated. Go ahead, Mr. President, because I'm confused on that. But go ahead. You're off. You open your mic, Mr. President, and if you can hear me, I cannot.
It's closed on my end.
Oh, it's closed on your end.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't me that opened my mic, but I wouldn't even speak to this kind of nonsense, because to speak to that is to give it credence. We all know what happened. How much thousand kids died?
Unalive.
I mean, no, sorry, unalive. Now you're looking at making putting soldiers in Palestine, in Gaza permanently, and all this kind of stuff. My thing is, even if it was a military expedition, I had no problem. But you see the crap where you keep innocent women and children, old people. You keep unaliving them day after day after day. We are yet to see a specimen of a Hamas leader being unalive and stuff like that. I mean, at some point in time, you have to feed people. That's Geneva Convention. You're breaking every rule in the book, and you're supported by your big brother in the US. It's unacceptable, right? So when the Pope and them who have been there refusing to condemn it and call it a genocide, and for all this time watching it happening, and now he died and talking about he will donate his Pope mobile to they bomb every hospital in that place, and you're talking about a Pope mobile to go around with a couple band-aids. It may as well they have buried you in a Pope mobile. It's insulting to the rest of us.
When you look at it and they're saying, "Oh, this we can't mention the actual name, right?"
Please don't call it because we get flagged yesterday already. Then
Okay. H this and H that. How did H come about? How did H come about? Isn't it because of what they were doing to the G people? So out of the rubble and the dust, H came about to protect and fight back. How do these people, and when you mention anything, they jump up, oh, October so and so.
No, that's not all. Alexia, point of information. H was formed by them.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Because H was supposed to be an ally who would have gone against. Remember that time? I think it was Arafat that was there, and they was trying to get rid of him and stuff like that. So it was supposed to be people that would be compliant with them. So they helped in the formation of H. But H realized they're not going to stand for the atrocities. So they flip. And that is why they become the nemesis.
Got that.
Do better is what they're saying to the Vatican. Do better. More should have been done, and more can be done. Time for us to keep it moving. Next up, stories out of North America. First up, critics warn DOJ is being politicized despite vows to end its purported weaponization. This article comes to us courtesy of NPR.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she's ending what she called the weaponization of the Justice Department during the Biden administration. What is the case that she's weaponizing it herself? NPR Justice correspondent Ryan Lucas looked into some of the early acts of the Trump Justice Department.
At her confirmation hearing in January, Attorney General Pam Bondi vowed to fight violent crime and to restore confidence and integrity to the Justice Department.
The partisanship, the weaponization will be gone. America will have one tier of justice for all.
Like President Trump, Bondi argues that the department was politicized under the Biden administration to target Trump and conservatives more broadly, and they point to the prosecutions of Trump himself as prime examples. John Lauro, who served as Trump's defense attorney in some of those cases, says Bondi is tackling weaponization head on. Here's Lauro speaking at a recent event with the Conservative Federalist Society.
So we now see no political prosecutions, no sham indictments, no fake grand jury proceedings, but instead a way of looking at the Department of Justice in terms of restoration and ensuring that the rule of law will be carried out going forward.
Liz Oyer is the former pardon attorney at the Justice Department.
I think what's happening in the Department of Justice right now is that it's being transformed into Donald Trump's personal law firm.
Oyer and other critics say that, in fact, Bondi is taking actions to politicize the department herself.
The Attorney General has made it clear that directions are coming from the very top, from the president, and she is there to do his bidding. That means pursuing enemies of the president. That means doing favors for friends of the president. The Department of Justice is essentially whatever the president wants it to be right now.
Oyer was fired in March after she declined to restore gun rights to the actor Mel Gibson, who is a prominent supporter of President Trump. Oyer says she had public safety concerns due to Gibson's domestic violence conviction. Ultimately, Bondi gave Gibson his gun rights back. But it's an example of concerns that Oyer has about what is driving decision-making for the new department leadership.
Career professionals, experts in their field, are being marginalized, and decisions are being driven by political considerations, uninformed by the knowledge and expertise of the career staff.
Bondi and her top lieutenants previously served as Trump's personal defense attorneys. Under their leadership, the department has fired prosecutors who worked Capitol riot cases or investigated Trump, pushed out senior officials at the FBI, and dropped cases against the president's political allies. One example critics point to is the corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. In that instance, the department leadership directed prosecutors to dismiss the Adams prosecution, suggesting that it interfered in the mayor's ability to help Trump with immigration enforcement. Nearly a dozen prosecutors resigned in protest. One of them was Ryan Crosswell. He worked in the public integrity section in Washington. After prosecutors in New York refused to drop the case, the then acting deputy attorney general gave lawyers in Crosswell's office 1 hour to find 2 attorneys among them to sign the court papers dismissing the Adams case.
Three options and
I don't know why it's stopping. You keep stopping.
The bugs everybody loves are coming to town. It's OVO by Cirque du Soleil. The classic is back.
What's going on with
OVO from August 14 to 17 in
been a murder-suicide
Miami and August 20 to 24 in Sunrise. Get your tickets.
So I guess the owner for the whoever doing a thing, because okay, my iPad is doing its own thing right about now. It's a click, 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 click. Do you think when you finish, let me know so we can hear the rest of the story. Whichever spirit in there, I go for the olive oil, my white rum, my candle, my psalms. Don't make me get up and go for them. I tie up my head.
Get your olive oil. Bless your olive oil.
Let me see if I can regain some control of this here, because whichever spirit in my place, be thou removed, go back to where you come from in the name of Jesus. Not me. Wrong one. Let's try this again.
Public integrity section and its mission: prosecuting corruption, including criminal conflicts of interest and people that profit from their government positions.
I think that losing the public integrity section would be devastating because the work's so important. It's been serving the public for nearly 50 years.
Days later, Crosswell resigned. He had been a federal prosecutor for around a decade. He disputes that the department ever was weaponized, and he finds the current leadership's talk of ending it ironic.
And if you did think that it was weaponized, then the correction to weaponizing the department is not to do it yourself.
Certainly, enforcement and policy priorities shift from administration to administration. What's going on now, Crosswell says, is something altogether very different. Ryan Lucas, NPR News, Washington.
Do we have a Department of Justice system anyway? That's the question. Do we even have one? I don't know. What do we have? Question: who does the Attorney General work for?
The government, the people of the United States. It's not the president's private attorney. Pam Bondi is very unconstitutional. She sat there and lied with a straight face. I don't know what Trump gave her, what he put punchy, because she is completely illegal. That's his. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Coffee and Toe with Mama.
Good afternoon, Dr. Leslie. So you met our Grenadian Prime Minister yesterday?
We sure did, and we had great conversation. And of course, every time we have conversation, he leaves me with an assignment. I have work to do. I have to write a proposal for them people. Them, Lord of mercy. Yeah, every time.
Hey, consult with Mr. President, you know. You see this guy, Mr. President there? Him is a beast, you know. He's very humble, extremely humble about his portfolio. His resume is very well decorated. And he's a great person to, you know, knock heads with, bump heads with, so to speak, if you want to put it that way.
Bumper.
God have mercy.
On a wine pan a bumper.
We never said that. We never said that.
We want to wine pan a bumper. Oh Lord, we give it pipi bumper. Oh
So,
God.
does he look as good in person as he does in pictures?
Silky smooth, girl. Let me tell you about the skin. Right? The skin.
And there
Very
was,
smooth.
and there are some young ladies who want to know if he's entangled, if he's married, if he's engaged, if he's locked down. What's his status? We need
I'm on official business. I was on official business, so that was not the topic of discussion. But I would say he has he's always very good ideas and insight. And there was a gentleman there who was not Grenadian, I believe US, and is going down with a team to Grenada. And he started talking about poverty and how from the moment he started talking, my blood started to boil, because you know me, I'm very protective of my West Indian people. And I don't care what island, if you are what I call an outsider or an American who have something to say about my island that is looked through the lens of America, I'm gonna bust you up, okay? So he started talking about poverty and how Grenada has the largest poverty in all of the Caribbean, and something about the size, and comparing it to DC and the poverty in DC and that, and how he's going on with a team and this, that, and the other, and so forth. And Mr. Prime Minister got a response after his question statement, and I wish I had recorded it. I know it's recorded because a couple of people from the media was there. But I wish I recorded it to share it with you all. But it was so brilliant and so succinct and thorough at the same time. But the point is, listen, we have to look at how we're measuring poverty, right? Because we grew up poor. But, this is what the guy was saying, how poverty has a direct correlation with crime and violence. We grew up poor, but we weren't walking around shooting and killing anybody, right? So there will be unalive. There will be instances where poverty, there may be people who are poor or who have less financial resources may commit crime, but it is not exclusive to people who are poor financially. So he went into all of that, and at the end, man, I said, I gotta say something, because my thing is, don't go to our islands and not understand our people, right? You have to have cultural competency when you are addressing anyone. When I have patients come to my office, when I told this young man, I said, you have 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth. And I think when you go in to understand and you go in to listen and you go in truly with a heart to know the people themselves have the solution to the issues. They're living it. You're not living it. You're coming in like a colonizer and you're saying, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. And this is how I see it. And that is problematic. Change doesn't happen that way. Change happens when there is buy-in. If my patient could see the problem, I don't have to tell you to work out, because we're sharing. I show you the data, blah blah blah, and I'm listening to you and listening to you, and eventually, and just like coaching, right? And if you have a coach who's telling you what to do, that is not a coach. Because a good coach listens more than anything else, and they will sit. You will, as you are talking, you are the one who will come up with the solution to your issues, right? So I was just saying to the young man, I said, when you go into our islands, you have to really have a heart to listen and not be the typical colonizing missionary that goes in and imposes their cultural capital on a people. Because it's like Saul saying to David, here, you put on my armor. And David was like, but I never walk in this thing before. I never win battles in this thing before. This don't even fit me. Look, I can't even walk. Look, you know what? Let me get my shepherd. Let me get my staff and my sling and my stones. And I good. And that's how he won, right? He used what he knew to use with the added stamp of approval, if you will, of the king, if you will. So anyhow, there was a lot of that talked about, a lot of the issues to do with, they met with Rubio yesterday. So we were all very curious about that. Rubio wanted to know our role with Cuba and so forth. And my response was, well, that's none of their business. You know me. And I'm like, well, Rubio, if we want to use Cuban doctors, what business is that of the United States? That is we business. You're too fast. You're too Marco. Stay out of it. Anyway, we talked a little bit more about the health system and the brain drain. You know, we have doctors getting their education in St. George's and getting their education subsidized with taxpayers' dollars, but they don't stay and contribute to the health system. They take their education and the taxpayer pay and they leave. So that's the problem, and that's what I have to fix. So
get to it.
Yeah.
You still want Mr. President put in the chat, Grenada averages 5 unalivings a year, and he wants to come.
Man, let me tell Mr. President, let me tell you something. The reporter guy who was there, he came to me, he said, Doc, let me tell you, if you didn't say something, I would have said something. He said, but you were so diplomatic, and I like it, because I would have come guns a-blazing. But I was very firm. In basically saying your correlation makes no sense. It is inapplicable to the people. We don't have the problems that DC has. So you have to take that lens off when you go to Grenada and see Grenada for what and who Grenadians are before you try to solve Grenadian problem. You don't know Grenada. How you gonna solve a problem? You don't know the people, you don't know the situation, you don't know the culture. You reading some dotishness somewhere. I don't know where he get this information from, to tell you the truth, my God. Where did you get this information from, sir? So anyhow, my blood pressure.
But that is the issue we have when we try to outsource some of our problems. Because you meet with the Prime Minister of a country, 2 minutes Google search would have told you that Grenada have probably the lowest homicide of anywhere in the world. So how you could make such an uninformed statement and think you're sounding pretty? You see what I'm saying? Is dotishness the truth?
But why are we surprised though? Isn't that the MO? Isn't that the MO of this beloved country? You have persons who do absolutely zero research. No, if they even just come out of their office and walk down the street, they will meet somebody Have a conversation with a person. Learn what you can. But do
And
they
this is
do
it.
not know?
This is a Black American, huh?
Other friends.
Don't I know? I just want people to know that the colonizer mindset is not always in the skin color. Eh?
Exactly.
That's all in. Just so you know.
It's true. A lot of them look down on us from the Caribbean. A lot of them.
Yeah, listen, I had to set that man so straight. I said, I'm so straight, he just stand up. He nodded. And you know, the other ambassadors were there. The premier, the former high commissioner was there. And she was there like, yes, because it was so blatantly outrageously stupid and insulting, among other things, but also uneducated. Yeah, understand? If I was him, and he dashed me for the rest of the night. You know.
Dr. Leslie Folks, board certified physician in pediatrics and internal medicine, working for us on the Hill up there in Washington. Thank you for the recap.
Yeah, man. There's other things, you know. We talked about some housing issues. There was so much, and he was so comprehensive and so generous with this time. The foreign minister was there as well. So generous with his time. And then DC's mayor had a representative there. She's always at all the Caribbean people thing. So she was there. I don't know what she said, but if you have any other questions, please comment. Send me a rose or something. Oh, shucks. Well, you know, cheap in this room, I'll be sitting. Inflation, the tariff. They have responding.
You forget TikTok. You forget TikTok is a China. Well, it's a foreign company, so there are tariffs on the roses and all of them.
Right.
Tariffs on the roses. They're gonna please to throw some roses, some rose petals, something at our
cheap. And you know, listen, I was so busy yesterday. I literally had to get my mammogram, right? So I had my labs anymore. I had to run the mammogram, from the mammogram, had to head to DC, and the traffic was terrible. It took me an hour to get there. But I'm glad because I told the ambassador, the former ambassador, I don't think I want to come. She's like, you're not gonna come see your boy? She's like, come on, doc. Consistency. I said, okay. I said, but I'm not dressed. I have on like not sweats, but dressy sweats. She's like, doc, you stand in any room you come in. So I walk in the room, and of course it's like, hey doc, welcome down. Okay. So
you commanded.
So if Ozzy in here, he better get it together.
Ozzy, no, not in here.
Not in here.
I have to tell him when he comes in, because he was here earlier. I have to tell him to make sure keep him metal sharp, because him have competition out there.
No, him done lost. He lost. Right. Okay, back to your regular scheduled program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie, for the update from the
You're
Hill.
welcome.
And for those of you who are wondering, Washington, D.C. is the Hill. All right, so Pam Bondi, I don't know. I think you need to look up what the responsibility, the roles, or the role and the responsibility of the Attorney General is, and please act accordingly. Next up, Homeland Security Chief says travelers with no real ID, I mean, you can fly for now, but likely with extra steps. This one comes to us courtesy of WSVN and the Associated Press. Travelers who are not real ID compliant by the upcoming deadline, which I think is today, will still be able to fly, but should be prepared for extra scrutiny. That is according to the Homeland Security yesterday. Kristi Noem told a congressional panel that 81% of travelers already have IDs that comply with the real ID requirements. She said security checkpoints will also be accepting passports and tribal identification when the deadline hits on Wednesday. Now, those who still lack an identification that complies with the real ID law may be diverted to a different line, have an extra step, no warned. But people will be allowed to fly. We will make sure it is as seamless as possible. Thank you, Ja. Moving right along, Trump, Carney face off in Oval Office leaves gaping differences on tariffs. 51st state. Yeah, right? Okay. Canada, they said hell to the no. All right, let's go ahead and get into this here article. I'm not sure why it's not All right, here we go. Let's take a listen to this one. It's loading up, folks. It's loading, it's loading. And we're going to skip through this ad, of course.
OVO from August 14 to 17.
Please tell me to make me skip the people them, and the people them say you need to play my ad.
Between the two leaders, and the stakes were high, both showing. Well, things got a bit tense in the Oval Office when Canada's newly minted Prime Minister paid President Trump a visit. It was the first in-person meeting between the two leaders, and the stakes were high, both showing no sign of retreating from their largely different views about the ongoing trade war. 7's Joe Roach is live in the Satellite Center with how it played out. Joe.
Balkis, between the trade war and Trump's quest to make Canada the 51st state, there was a lot for these two to hash out.
Thank you very much. It's a very nice statement.
The new Prime Minister of Canada meeting with President Donald Trump in the Oval Office Tuesday.
And I believe it would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous medical cares and other things. There would be a lot of advantages.
Amid some of the highest tensions the two countries have ever had, talks of trade, of U.S. ownership have undermined the long-standing relationship between the two nations.
Having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever.
The two asked several times about the possibility of Canada joining the United States.
Respectfully, Canadians' view on this is not going to change on the 51st state.
But I say never. I've had many things that were not doable, and they ended up being doable, and only doable in a very friendly way.
As well as the ongoing tariff war between the two trading partners, which has hit the shared North American auto industry especially hard.
We want to make our own cars. We don't really want cars from Canada. And we don't want steel from Canada because we're making our own steel, and we're having massive steel plants being built right now as we speak.
Canada is the top export destination for 36 U.S. states. Nearly $2.7 billion worth of goods and services cross the border every day. Canada is also the largest foreign supplier of steel, aluminum, and uranium to the U.S. and has 34 critical minerals and metals that the Pentagon is eager for and investing in for national security. But it wasn't only tariffs on Canada that was brought up. The president also giving an update on the trade war with another major U.S. trading partner, China.
They want to meet, and they're doing no business right now. And those ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean, but they want to negotiate and they want to have a meeting, and we'll be meeting with them at the right time.
Now, the two leaders say that despite the tensions over trade, they are committed to working together, especially when it comes to national security. We're live in the Satellite Center. Joe Roats, 7 News.
One is practical and one is delusional. You pick your choice. You assign your labels accordingly. So we don't need to import steel from Canada because we're building factories right now, manufacturing plants. Where are these manufacturing plants being built? Anybody knows? Have we heard? Do we have an update on that? How quickly can we have these Lego toys plants, manufacturing plants up and running? Because only a Lego toy can be up and running that quickly. Only. Right? Where are these plants? Because the housing industry doesn't stop. Road repairs doesn't stop. We need the steel. Oh, by the way, all the minerals that the Pentagon needs, do we have them here in the U.S.? Or we do? Oh, I didn't know that. Where in the U.S. do we have them? Pray tell. It is time for us to wrap up the internet radio live stream, and I'll be right back with you, YouTube and TikTok. Say thank you to everyone listening online. QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. And MadMusicHouse.com, any genre, anytime. Thank you so much for tuning in to Coffee and Toll World News on the Go, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, live on your internet radio channel. I invite you to continue with us. You can join us either on YouTube, Coffee Into YouTube channel, or on TikTok, Coffee Into. Until tomorrow, God willing, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Walk in love, spread love. It is the only way. All right, thank you so much, YouTube and TikTok. We are officially off the air. Yeah, moving right along. Close out this one. Done with that one. We did the real ID. So, folks, you can still travel. You just may have to go in a different line. But I would urge, matter of urgency, go ahead and get your identification updated. All right, so Trump Carney face off in Oval Office and leaves gaping differences on tariffs and 51st state. So yes, I think Ozzy, Wallanda, you're there still? You're there still? I have something to tell you. Listen, you better come good, you better come correct, because if you slip, you slide, you will lose your position. All right? Okay. Pay attention. Turn up, put the antennas up in the air. Make sure you dot the I's and cross the T's, Ozzy. Won't lose out for your opportunity. Dr. Leslie, all right, up there, sir, okay? You should have been here. I mean, I know where you did run gone, but
He lost. But not that he was going to win anything anyhow, so let me hush.
Ozzy, secure your position and your post, you have a friend.
Wait.
Why, as Ozzy would have said. Why. All right. So, anybody has any thoughts on the whole Trump, Carney, Canada, U.S. 51st state tariffs before we move on to our TikTok talk segment? Any thoughts on that one?
Carney was going to blow a gasket on that man. He did really good. He had really good composure, but I'm really glad that he said what he said, and he said what he said again. I.e., it's not for sale. And I love when he said, the owners of Canada have stated quite clearly, Canada is not for sale. And using the reference of real estate for Trump, who states he's a real estate mogul, but not really, because he hasn't paid any of his real estate bills, and everything he touched has gone. In fact, Trump Hotel in DC has since been sold, bankrupt, something, whatever the thing is. But yeah, Carney just needs to stick to his guns, because and he will. Because Don loves to push. He loves to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. You know how the apists do.
I was about, yeah.
They touch it, they don't touch it, touch again, don't touch. I said no, no is no.
They don't understand what no means.
They don't understand no means until you bust them in the face.
Secretary Suella Braverman has lambasted Starmer for hypocrisy. Let's take a listen to this one. When you're there, TikTok talk. Here we go. Let's take a listen.
Risk is high enough to allow somebody who's committed an offence to stay. And who ultimately should decide that? Should it be the courts? Is it essentially a legal matter, or is it essentially a political matter?
Listen, ministers should have the power to make a decision, or those acting on behalf of ministers. But the problem is with Article 3 and the protection against torture is that it's now been stretched so much. So, for example, we were not able to deport a Jamaican rapist back to Jamaica, convicted in this country and duly tried, because he suddenly discovered that he was bisexual. despite the fact that his victims were female. And if we were to have deported him to Jamaica, he said that that would be degrading treatment and torture. There's a case that really people should be reminded of. Fabian Henry was a convicted sex offender, quite serious offences of a child. And the last government tried to deport him back to Jamaica. We weren't able to because of campaigning Labour MPs who said it would be a violation of his human rights. Who was one of those campaigning Labour MPs who signed a letter? Keir Starmer. So not only is this an unrealistic plan which won't survive contact with reality, which is our human rights laws, but the hypocrisy of the government, namely Keir Starmer, who has previously campaigned to stop the deportation of foreign criminals, is staggering.
Risk is
Okay. It's the symbol of law and order. Next.
Where did you get the idea for reopening Alcatraz? Just an idea I've had, and I guess because the judges, so many of these radicalized judges, they want to have trials for every single, think of it, every single person that's in our country illegally, that came in illegally. That would mean millions of trials, and it's just so ridiculous what's happening. And it's long been a symbol, Alcatraz, of whatever it is. I mean, it's a sad symbol, but it's a symbol of law and order. Where did you get the idea for real?
It was unbelievable. It made 0 sense.
Okay, I want to do something different for you for a second. I want to read for you a transcript of Donald Trump's answer he just gave to a reporter in the White House. The reporter asked him, "How did you decide to reopen Alcatraz?" Donald Trump said the following, exactly. "Well, I guess I was supposed to be a movie maker. We're talking. We started with the movie making and we'll end. I mean, it represents something very strong, very powerful in terms of law and order. Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate, right? Alcatraz, Sing Sing and Alcatraz, the movies. But it's right now a museum, believe it or not. A lot of people go there. It housed the most violent criminals in the world, and nobody ever escaped. One person almost got there, but they, as you know the story, they found his clothing rather badly ripped up, and it was just a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz, and just represented something strong having to do with law and order. We need law and order in this country, and so we're going to look at it. Some of the people up here are going to be working very hard on that, and we had a little conversation. I think it's going to be very interesting. We'll see if we can bring it back in large form, add a lot, but I think it represents something. Right now, it's a big hunk that's sitting there, rusting and rotting. You just look at it, it's sort of, you saw that picture that was put out. It's sort of amazing, but it represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak. It's got a lot of qualities that are interesting, and I think they make a point. Okay, I want to do something.
Stop! I can't take no more. I can't take no more. This is not real. He can't even make a full sentence. This is a joke.
Dr. Leslie, listening to him is one thing, but having somebody read the transcript of what he said takes it to a whole nother level.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The man cannot string together sensible words. There's no sentence in there that makes sense. Donald, subject, verb, object. You can have an adjective. I can put it in the past participle, present tense.
No, you're gone too far now. You're taking it too far. That's too much all at once. You have to break it up in chunks.
Sorry.
Let's start with simple sentences. And then we can grow from there.
Unbelievable. He's not well. He's not well.
Alfie, listen, he says his IQ is very high.
He will say that because he is delusional. This is a malignant narcissist with frontotemporal dementia. What is dementia? Huh? It's dementia, you all. You're not going to get much sense out of it. Yeah? It's decline in memory, cognition, right? Understanding. It significantly impacts your daily living and the living of Americans, apparently.
No, he doesn't know what a concession is, right? You saw that video?
Well, he doesn't know what the Declaration of Freedom is.
White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt warns criminals.
President Trump is leaving no stone unturned to restore law and order to our country and to make it very clear to criminals, repeat offenders, not just illegal immigrant criminals, but also American citizens who have refused to comply with our nation's laws. If you have been repeatedly breaking the law, if you are in and out of prison, that is ending under this administration. President Trump's team is going to enforce our laws and prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
You heard it.
She had that idea. I'm sorry.
Was she reading Trump bio? She said repeat offender, constantly disregard for the law. What was she reading? I missed the beginning.
Clever.
You're all out of line. Every single one of you.
All of his folks have this pressured speech that is very, very concerning to me. It's, you cannot get, there's no breath taken. It's pressured. That's psychiatric. When I remember in med school, my psych ward, my psych rotation, we always look for speech patterns and what we call pressured speech. That's normal. These people are not normal, you all. In case you wondered, all 12 of us.
As I said, they're all stressed out up there. I think so, Ozzy. I honestly believe that they are operating in a very stressful state because they are dealing with a ticking time, you know the word. And they don't know what's going to come next. There's a lot of erratic behavior, if I'm right in saying so. You know, you go to sleep and everything is okay, and then in the middle of the night, you don't know what is going to pop off. You don't know what thought is coming up. Nobody in the administration knows what's going on. They know full well what's going on.
Moments.
We have pressured speech. There is just a manic episode, bipolar. You associate this with people who have bipolar schizophrenia, especially in the manic stage. They're very and very, very urgent. Very, you can't. There's no having a there's no conversation. There's no room for interjection. That's mental illness. That is mental. They're crazy. All right.
Alexia, sorry.
You know what my ancestors them tell me say? Right? Ima actual people, them have actual conversation, right? But you see, when you go in front of one mic, you ever hear somebody say 10 to arena one? That thing though. Everything just come tumbling out one time, but then disjointed. You get me? Right? And then you're having political people in their background and say, Jesus Christ, but I not this we did say if he said. Dr. Leslie, you said a very right thing a while ago. Mental illness. And you would have believed in such a high, powerful seat that this man is sitting in. You think people that take it serious. You think people would want to take it serious. Hey, so when the man are done, country now go spell the way or you spell before you start. You go have some L, some Q, you go have Z in it. Look here. Look, might laugh, but at risk, at risk. Look to original birthplace and make preparation. All right? You think a joke thing. When this man are done, when he done, I go Hunger Games. And that me I tell you no.
It's all over.
He go on in Panam.
It's all over.
Big on in Panama, that me I tell you no.
As long as you don't buy that fake Cathy friend, but then I'll take you seriously, Alexa.
He plans to fight back.
People need to know how real it is to be blacklisted by the president.
For a brief moment, Miles Taylor was anonymous.
I got into government to serve my country.
Now he's anything but. The former Homeland Security official who once detailed his observations inside the first Trump administration in an anonymous op-ed, now accused of leaking classified information and treason in a presidential memorandum.
Did you ever knowingly disseminate classified information?
I know I've never broken the law. I know that I've assiduously upheld my national security obligations. You can't threaten Americans to not exercise their First Amendment rights because they're fearful the president of the United States will prosecute them.
The 38-year-old says he's now receiving a barrage of threats.
My wife has to read online about people saying that they'll put me in front of a firing squad. We were told by security experts to go update our last will and testament.
The president denies he's seeking revenge by directing investigations of his critics.
No, I just look at people and I'm not directing anybody.
Do you believe that you are being investigated by the federal government?
I have seen indications that they are out there rummaging through my past. What I worry about is that they will try to use this tactic, this bludgeon of the bully pulpit of the presidency, to go shut people up.
Taylor's hired Abby Lowell, who's represented everyone from Hunter Biden to President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
For the head of the executive branch of government to literally order a criminal investigation is unprecedented.
When asked if a criminal investigation is underway, DOJ and Homeland Security declined to comment. But Lowell says he isn't waiting for an indictment.
I'm asking all those judges who are the guardrails of protecting the rights of citizens to be on the lookout for requests that come to get information against Miles or others.
Is what's happening now something you think that is unique to Miles Taylor?
I don't think it stops with Miles, but I think Miles is a good test case if the system works.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
Chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee traded stocks of oil and gas companies. Take a listen.
In the last hour, I have also discovered that members of this committee, including the chairman of this committee, will also be benefiting thanks to the handouts that we are giving to oil and gas companies. For the public's awareness, members of Congress have to fill out periodic transaction reports if we are to buy or trade stocks. And it turns out that the chairman of this committee, for the first time since he has been in Congress, just recently filed a report and has traded stocks, including BP, including ConocoPhillips, the one I just mentioned, ExxonMobil, and of course, Shell. So the corruption that is occurring is astounding. Not only will these billionaires and the CEOs of these companies be profiting, but the chairman of the committee responsible for overseeing this jurisdiction will also be profiting from these giveaways. Meanwhile, Americans will continue to struggle and the rich will get richer. In the last
It was never about us to begin with. I don't know who had us fooled. It was never about us. Things were done under the guise, some said under the guise, but it was never about us. There's some people who have asked the question, how is it that people are able to go from being a thousandaire to a multi-millionaire within a year, 2 years of getting into politics and making it up to Washington? Next. Representative Lauren Underwood repeatedly challenged Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. And it's funny that you put in the chat, Dr. Leslie, that was a yes or no question. Let's take a listen to this one.
Article 2 does not give the executive the authority to withhold funds, period. And multiple courts have weighed in to agree. Multiple courts have ruled in agreement. Congress controls the power of the purse. That is a fact. That's not a question. That is a fact. And so if the president disagrees with certain spending, Congress passed the Impoundment Act to create a legal process to seek rescissions, and we expect him to follow the law. This administration is not just ignoring the constitutional power of the people's elected representatives. It is also violating the fundamental right of individuals. Do you believe that the Constitution grants everyone in our country the right to due process, including non-citizens?
The administration has the authority to.
Ma'am, I'm looking for a yes or no question. Yes or no. Do you believe the Constitution? Yes, ma'am. Do you,
We have
ma'am?
not conducted an
Reclaiming my time, Mr.
empowerment.
Chairman. Okay, Secretary Noem, I'm just looking for a yes or no here. Do you believe the Constitution guarantees due process to everyone in America?
Due process is exactly what this Congress lays
Yes
out.
or no?
It is, and
Okay,
the
ma'am,
tools
I'll
that
take
you
that as
give
a
us
no.
on due process
Excuse me,
is
I'm trying,
afforded to
ma'am, I'm trying to ascertain your understanding of the law as it applies to your department. And you as its leader should be able to give us a yes or no answer, because judge after judge has ruled that the law is not being followed. Do you believe that the US government has the authority to deport American citizens?
No, and we are not deporting
great.
U.S. citizens.
I'm so happy to hear that you do not believe that the law gives you that authority, because the federal government has no authority under U.S. laws to deport any American citizen. And as I know, everyone viewing this hearing today knows that several American citizens have been deported to date.
That is not
Secretary
true.
Noem, that was not a question. Secretary Noem, that oath that we both swore before taking office was to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, not the president, not a political party, the Constitution. And that's what we're going to keep doing here at the Appropriations Committee. Thank you. I yield back.
She said that was not a question.
I'm looking for a yes or no. Ma'am, I'm looking for a yes or no. So, given what we have just heard, right? Kristi Noem herself admitted that what the judges say is what stands. So then, if that is the case, why were the planes allowed to depart? Clear violation.
Yeah, you know, Kristi is weak. Kristi will eventually break down. Just to keep her. Figure Bobby. Even Bobby's stronger than she.
They're all going to be broken down. This is ridiculous. So, did she consult with her boss before doing that? Going before the committee?
She may have to lose her job, but she is detaining them illegally.
That's exactly what is happening, based on her words, not ours. Based on her words. And I'm going to play it once again because I need us to listen. Listen to what Kristi Noem said.
Article 2 does not give the executive the authority to withhold funds, period. And multiple courts have weighed in to agree. Multiple courts have ruled in agreement. Congress controls the power of the purse. That is a fact. That's not a question. That is a fact. And so if the president disagrees with certain spending, Congress passed the Impoundment Act to create a legal process to seek rescissions, and we expect him to follow the law. This administration is not just ignoring the constitutional power of the people's elected representatives. It is also violating the fundamental right of individuals. Do you believe that the Constitution grants everyone in our country the right to due process, including non-citizens?
The administration has the authority to.
Ma'am, I'm looking for a yes or no question. Yes or no. Do you believe the Constitution? Yes, ma'am. Do you,
We have
ma'am?
not conducted an
Reclaiming my time, Mr.
empowerment.
Chairman. Okay, Secretary Noem, I'm just looking for a yes or no here. Do you believe the Constitution guarantees due process to everyone in America?
Due process is exactly what this Congress
Yes
lays out.
or no?
It is, and
Okay,
the
ma'am,
tools
I'll
that
take
you
that as
give
a
us
no.
on due process
Excuse me,
is
I'm trying,
afforded to.
ma'am, I'm trying to ascertain your understanding of the law as it applies to your department. And you as its leader should be able to give us a yes or no answer, because judge after judge has ruled that the law is not being followed. Do you believe that the U.S. government has the authority to deport American citizens?
No, and we are not deporting
great.
U.S. citizens.
I'm so happy to hear that you do not believe that the law gives you that authority, because the federal government has no authority under U.S. laws to deport any American citizen. And as I know, everyone viewing this hearing today knows that several American citizens have been deported to date.
That is not
Secretary
true.
Noem, that was not a question. Secretary Noem, that oath that we both swore before taking office was to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, not the president, not a political party, the Constitution.
You know what's interesting when she's saying that part right there, reminding her about the oath that they both swore to. She's agreeing with everything. She's shaking. Christy's going like this. She got schooled. She got checked. She was given a staunch reminder, girl, you better know what you're doing. Don't play with me. She was being checked in real time.
It's an office.
This is how she was doing. Yeah. She had no choice because she knew the girl not tell her. She knew it wasn't tell us.
They will sit there with a straight face and lie. To me, that's a sociopath and psychopath business, you know?
I agree. That was her TikTok Talk segment. It's time for Health and Science News. Health and Science News is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Hey, I'm tell you something real quick. My skin stripping. So right here, so I'm shedding skin. I have to be I have to walk with the Lormel Skin Food body.
You're shedding skin or you stood out in the sun without putting on proper SPF and now you're peeling. Which is it?
I'm shedding skin now because of the sun.
You're shedding skin, so you got burned in the sun. Come on. Don't stay with me today. Burned because you didn't put on proper sunscreen, and now you're saying that you're shedding skin. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You burn yourself. You did improper things. Confess. And confession corner, and Moments will confess her sins before us today.
But that thing, it's a help.
What is that?
Lormel Skin Food. This one is the hydrating body oil.
Okay.
It's healthy, man. It's a work. It's a soothe me.
He needs something to smooth up his skin or whatever.
I have my aloe vera soap that I need to start use on it when I'm bathing. So
that's a reminder. I need to put the aloe vera in my hair when I go out and play.
Yeah. All right, Health and Science News. First up, immunotherapy helps certain cancer patients avoid surgery. We hope this is the future. Article courtesy of CNNHealth.com. Kelly Spill didn't cry when she was diagnosed with stage 3 rectal cancer at the age of 28. She held her emotions together when her surgeon told her that she might not be able to carry another baby. Treatment with radiation can significantly affect fertility, and that she might need to have a colostomy bag attached to her to collect her bodily waste after surgery. Spill said, I didn't cry at both of these, who at the time was newly engaged and just months postpartum. But then I asked the doctor, would I still be able to go to Switzerland this summer to get married? And he was like, oh, absolutely not. And that's what really broke me, she said. It really hit reality for me that my life has now completely changed. After welcoming son JC into the world, she and her fiance had planned to elope to Switzerland. But after her cancer diagnosis, they opted for a quick local winter wedding instead. Now, 5 years later, not only has Spill carried another baby, giving JC a younger sister named Maya, she and her husband are expecting their third child together, Spill, who has no family history of colorectal cancer, was among more than 100 adults in the United States who completed cancer treatment in a new study using only the immunotherapy drug dostarlimab. And she said the experience changed her life. When Spill was diagnosed in 2020, her treatment plan recommended harsh chemotherapy drug medicines. Gotta be so careful so they don't flag me again. When Spill was diagnosed in 2020, her treatment plan recommended harsh chemotherapy medication, radiation therapy, and invasive surgery. But just before she was about to schedule her first chemotherapy appointment, she was given the opportunity to participate in the new study. When she realized that the approach using only dostarlimab would be less harsh on her body, she quickly signed up. Immunotherapy is a form of cancer treatment that harnesses a person's own immune system to target and fight the disease. Dostarlimab, developed by the pharmaceutical company GSK and sold under the brand name Jemperli, has been found in previous research to make solid tumors essentially disappear among people with rectal cancer. Last year, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration designated dostarlimab to be a breakthrough therapy for the treatment of certain rectal cancers. But the new study, published last week in the New England Journal of Medicine, found that the immunotherapy treatment worked against not only advanced rectal cancer, but other cancer types too, allowing patients to avoid surgery and other types of more invasive treatment to cure their disease. So is this the new way forward? Spill received 30-minute intravenous infusions of dostarlimab at a medical facility every 3 weeks, and she said she had no adverse effects. It took 4 treatments until she found out that the tumor was halfway gone. And then by her 9th treatment, the tumor had completely disappeared. And then I was told I was cancer-free at that point. I then was told I did not have to go through radiation. I didn't have to go through surgery. And that was like one of the best days of my life. This clinical trial has completely changed what my life could have looked like, and it's a miracle. So, you know how how they were able to come up with this? Research. Whole heap of research. Hold on. Okay, Mr. President, I'll send it to you. Whole heap of research. And you know what backs research? Funding. Funding. I guarantee you that everyone who supported the executive order that eliminated funding research will one day live to regret it, because everybody knows somebody who has cancer, has had cancer, or will have cancer. Every family has been touched by cancer. And you know what? It may just be one of them. Without years of research, clinical studies, they would not have been able to achieve this. But, thank you, doctor. But what can I say? We don't need research. Why good for? Why good for? What is it good for? Let me out one day. One day they will find out. I hope it won't be too late then. I'm sincerely hoping that things will be reversed quickly. That they'll wake up and realize, oh my gosh, we made a huge mistake. Next up, in our Health and Science News segment, brought to you by LormelSkinFood.com, Americans still do not know how and when to wash their hands. Somebody make this make sense to me, please and thank you. Let's take a listen to this one, because this is unbelievable. And hold on, we need to rewind or something. Yeah. Unbelievable. I never know this. But you know what? I'm not surprised. How many of you have worked in office spaces where you see people go to the bathroom, you're all in the bathroom with them, come out of the stall and walk right out? I know I've had to say, hi, hello, there's water right here, you know? And so I know I've had to do it. So I'm sure many of us have experienced that firsthand, witnessed it. But let's take a listen.
And here's some disgusting news. Americans don't know how or when to wash their hands, apparently. A new survey finds half of all U.S. adults either forget or choose not to wash their hands at the appropriate time. That includes after trips to the grocery store, a restaurant, even a doctor's office. Health officials say it takes at least 20 seconds with soap and water to get hands properly clean. However, nearly a third say they do wash their hands more often now than they did before or during the pandemic. I was going to say, if the pandemic didn't teach us anything,
It taught you to wash your hands.
come on.
It's how you keep your hands moisturized after you wash them so much.
That
they dry
too.
out. Yeah.
That too.
You got lotion under that. That's the
I do. I do. I wash so many bottles, the baby bottles, that my hands are always all
Keep 'em
chopped
moist.
up. But anyways,
Keep them clean, guys.
wash your hands, guys.
Do we need to go on a campaign or a tour around the country to teach people how to wash their hands? No? Thank you, Cindy, and thank you for the follow. No, really, truly. And he's absolutely right. If the pandemic didn't teach you to wash your hands, then when you have to learn? I know. Go right ahead, Alexia.
I'm going to say something. And you probably are going to vex with me.
Please be nice. Please be nice.
I know America alone have the problem.
No, it's not America alone. You're right. Look at them over there in England when I change their towel about one time a year. You remember that story?
Look here. I wasn't even talking England. We're talking our own country right now. So.
So President said, I must stop it. Stop Alexia, she started it.
What is it, Mr. President? Thank you. Listen. Remember, one question me always ask. A man in a vehicle a drive, all of a sudden you want pee-pee.
Please use the restroom, ladies and gentlemen.
If jump out time vehicle
And go into the
go at the closest sidewalk and him come back, right? Take a rag out and back pocket and wipe him on. Very few you'll see go into their trunks, take out a buckle and wash them on. So nobody feel like a miracle one. Have a wash and pandemic. Or should I say now wash and pandemic. Yeah?
It's all over, Alexia. We know this. It's everywhere in the world we go. There is a problem with people washing their hands. But let's just stick to America. Because since it's America, they matter about. Then soon tell us, say, oh, don't tell us what to do. Just wash your hands. You use the bathroom, wash your hands. You're handling food, wash your hands. You go outside to your mailbox, you touch your door, your front door to come back inside, wash your hands. Wash your hands. There are some people who keep hand sanitizer on them. In my handbag, I have hand sanitizer. I have 2 bottles of hand sanitizer. If I have my backpack, I'll have hand sanitizing wipes. I have hand sanitizing spray. In the event that you're somewhere where you cannot get access to soap and water, but I beg you to wash your hands. You're going into a restaurant and you touch the door to open the door, wash your hands. I beg you to don't take it for granted. Wash your hands. You pick your nose, go wash your hand. You dig out your ears, go wash your hand. You scratch your head, wash your hand before you touch any food.
This is why I don't shake hands.
There are a lot of people who don't shake hands because of
We
that.
do the elbow bump.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't touch.
Wash your hands, people. In a hard fiddle. Scrub, 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 scrub. You have nails, make sure you wash under the nails. Keep a brush by your sink, especially at home. Yes, Jack, thank you for saying that. Not just with water, soap and water. If you can, if you're able to, please, my beg you know, buy antibacterial soap. Put that at your sinks, your kitchen sink, your bathroom sink. If you have nails, if you have on nails or your own fingernails are long, keep a brush, a nail brush, or buy a toothbrush specifically for that, and scrub, scrub, scrub.
I stay away from soap that has antibacterial stuff in it because we do have good bacteria on our skin. Bacteria is not all bad. We have symbiotic bacteria right now. They are living on our skin. They're actually serving us. So we don't want to kill those off. Okay. So I would say be careful with it, especially people using the antibacterial sanitizers. And please, sanitizers is not a replacement for soap and water. Soap and water is great, but I would be careful with the antibacterial soaps.
So you said be careful with it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't use that at all. The soap itself, I mean, you have to have a special kind of germs that soap can't, like you need to put antibiotics in it or antibacterial in it. So, well, if that is the case, you don't need to be around humans. Sorry.
All right. So you heard it, folks, from the medical professional. Be careful with hand sanitizers and be careful with antibacterial soaps. Wash your hand. That's all I'm going to say. We need a campaign. Wash your hand. We don't need it in English. We need it in patois. Wash your hand is what we're saying. Wash your hands, folks. Please. That's it for our Health and Science news segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com, LAURMEL, for a natural, beautiful you. And now for our Believe It or Not story. Thank you, Billy. Thank you. And now for Believe It or Not story. Police are saying a 12-year-old arrested twice in days. Second time in a crashed, stolen car. Let's take a listen to this one.
A boy is in double trouble, arrested twice for crimes in Virginia. Police say the boy was part of a group of older teens stealing cars at a dealership near Richmond. They got away with a Hyundai, but hours later drove past the same dealership where police were still searching for them. Officers chased down the stolen car and arrested the boys inside, a 15-year-old driver and that 12-year-old passenger. Police say the 12-year-old was already facing a burglary charge. In fact, missed his court date that morning.
He's arrested twice. He's released the first time to the custody of his parents, and while out in the custody of his parents, he reoffends. He goes out and he's involved in stealing a car and is caught with burglary tools.
Police say even though he is only 12 years old, they do intend to prosecute him to the full extent of the law.
Parents, what do we do with this child? What you say we do with this child? Because right now, his parents, I don't know. He's 12 years old and he's already a professional criminal. Yeah, he is. He has tools for the trade, tools for burglary. That's a criminal. He goes to work with his tools. Where's Judge Judy when we need her? What do we do with him?
You see, the court take the power and discipline out enough parents, and yeah, I understand you have something called abuse. I get that. We get that. But if some of them look up at me when they get some arsing from them young, I strongly believe none of them would have went veer on the right path. Mind you, you have some parents where they don't know nothing about raising kids. Them should have went get neutered from birth because they should have when they can't pick the coming island. But me just say, you remember when we used to grow with the eye moments? You know when the eye used to make we feel say rapture come. No, we have the same parents them will grow, grow them. They might have don't do that, my child fear me. My daughter 18 and still fear me to this day. Hey, me a 40, I mean not even talk to my mother certain way because I can't bother. Me know when me go get licked. Some of them pitney should only get arsing. Tap up them little hand and foot from them little make them understand. But no, two twos a pitney can't call police for you. Where? Eh? How? Why? What you think that can't Jamaica? Call police for how? Not my gun. Not what?
You know something? Hold on, Alexia. We have a comment here on YouTube from 80. 80 said, parents are in on the income generation. Why would they allow him to miss his court date? He has to be escorted. That's a very valid point. Very valid point, 80. And it is a fact. A lot of parents condone what their children are doing. Remember that story we had last year with the child that took home the bento box that did not belong to her? The bento box had the name of another child written in it. And the mother said the child come home with the bento box, lunchbox, people, and proceeded to pack her daughter's lunch in the box and send her off to school, not question the child. Remember that story? And remember, we had a spirited conversation about it, and we said, we know that if our children even came home with a pencil that we know that we never give it to them, it's going in the garbage or it goes back to the school. Now bring things coming at my house when I belong to me. How many of us did that with our children? How many of us were raised like that? If your parents took your school bag from an early age, which I know I did I care? Privacy, which part? Privacy when you get to a certain age or when you live by your own. I know. You come home from school every day, your bag. I went through your bag through and through. Bag empty out. And if I saw something, because I know how children are, if I saw something that I know I didn't put that bag, it goes back to school. Please take it back to the teacher. If you tell me you don't know who it belongs to, take it back to the teacher. Let the teacher put it in lost and found. Not carry nothing coming out of my house and it belongs to me. You. Pencil, pen, eraser, sheet of paper, ruler, whiteout. I do not care. And you have to teach your children from an early age. I know it happens. All children at some point have brought home something that wasn't theirs, whether intentionally or unknowingly. Because everybody busy. Clean up, everybody clean up. But parents, you set the tone. You don't say to the child, oh, it's okay, keep it. Keep what? Keep what? 12 years old. And we have a career criminal on our hands. And who don't like me calling a 12-year-old a criminal? You can take for yourself. because then I don't know what to tell you. He is a career criminal. He has tools for burglary. He might work well armed with them things. Some people are going to work and never have them pen and notepad. Some of us in our old age are going for a walk and I forget to put our watch for track with heart rate. But this is a child going to work with them tools. And the parents allowed him to miss his court date. He deserves vengeance. And as a matter of fact, the parents to be punished too. The parents to be punished too. And don't feel that because he's a minor, it goes away. That when he turns 18 or whatever, 16 or 18, depending on the stage you live in, don't think it goes away. It stays in the shadows. How we know that? Because how many times have we heard of stories, right? Where there is some atrocity that involves a victim and usually the folks who wear blue. And you know what they quick and fast do? Go all the way back to look at the person's history. So don't you feel that because your child is a minor, it doesn't matter, they can do whatever and get away with it. No. That will not be stripped away from the annals of the police records. Let me put it that way. It's going to stay there because they need that for context. Because God forbid that child should do something later on. They're going to show you the history, the pattern, whether he was unalived or not. Because remember, the first thing I have to do, especially when it comes to people of color, them have to, even though you're a victim in an unfortunate situation, they have to paint a picture. They have to paint a negative picture about you. Me feel the parents need some disciplining too. So what do we do with the parents? What do we do with the parents? Hey Marlon, welcome up to the stage. Bless us with your presence. We're privileged.
No, man, do it, man.
I don't know what you're doing up here, All right, so how long about now? Mute your mic and go on back when you come.
No, stay on the stage, Mr. Days After Dark. Hey, Mr. Days After Dark.
Parents know what their children doing, some of them.
Hey, John, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I hope you're good too.
Parents know what them children.
I am, but on my way to work. Hello, everyone. Hello. Most parents don't want them pick me. They don't like them pick me. So that I'm at a finger at jail. I get analyzed.
And that's a sentiment he has echoed several times, that a lot of parents don't like their children and a lot of parents do want the system to take them because they can't be bothered with them. They don't have the resources to deal with them. And it's sad. It is sad. So if you know that you don't have the wherewithal for raise a penny, don't go around having sex without protecting yourself. Go ahead, Rosono.
No,
Just
it was me. I totally forgot what I was going to say, but it had something to do with what you just said about the parents wanting or not able. Oh, that's what it was. Whose fault is it that they're not able to basically raise their child? Who do you blame?
Who am I to blame? My children were raised. Thank you, Cindy. My children were raised here. We disciplined our children here. So I choose to discipline my children. Marlon chose to discipline his children. We chose to discipline our children in accordance with the whatever level of discipline you get, depend on what you do. If we have to talk to you 2-3 times, I want to talk for number 4. And who you think I got to talk the 4th time? Who do I blame? I, the parent, make the choice. You could have picked up your phone and called 911 till the blue in your face. You understand the law, absolutely, and you move in accordance. So, because I am fearful of my child calling 911, I don't discipline my child. There are different ways to discipline a child. But some people do zero disciplining. Whether it's time out, whether it's going to your bed and think about what it is, whether it's no TV, no going outside, you have to do something. Discipline does not always mean tapping them on their hand or on the rump or on them leg. No, there are other ways to discipline your children. You restrict access to certain things. Let them earn certain things. But we live in a culture where children are rewarded for subpar behavior and performance.
I feel like parents are parenting, not all. Some parents are parenting like their social media. They do it for likes and follows. And I'm sorry, but you are actually raising an entire human being and setting foundation for them to be able to thrive and survive in society and to contribute, right? Through thriving, they're contributing as well. So you can't, it's not going to always be what they want or what they like, because their frontal lobe, we're talking about frontal lobe today, their frontal lobe is not developed. So they are not capable of making decisions, which is why I have an issue with young children decided they want to be another sex. But anyhow, that's another story for another day. Their frontal lobe is not developed. It's immature. That means they cannot make mature decisions and life-saving ones at that. That's our job as parents, as adults whose frontal lobes, hopefully, thankfully, are developed. Children are not toys.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know that there are some children who have never heard the word no? Go to Washington, you'll find them up there. Or Mar-a-Lago.
I would have jammed them little children that what's your name? Uza, what's your name? Van's wife have running all over, carrying on. Sit your little bottom down. Discipline your children. I don't care who they are. You know, I remember parents with children would come into my office for their pediatric visit, throwing tantrums, and I'm looking at the parents like, okay, what's going on here? They ain't doing anything. You know what? You know what this doctor does? I put them in timeout. Go in the corner. Stay right there. I will tell you when you go, oh, they cried. I said, none of that. None of that.
You should send
and the parents sit down there with their mouth wide open. I'm like, no is a complete sentence. You don't have to explain to the child why you say no. Because if they're running, I said, here's what, if they are running in the middle, out into traffic, and you said, no, stop. They say, oh, well, why? Too late. Too late.
A lot of parents put out problems in society. Imagine you have to discipline that child and the parent is sitting right there. The parent now have the common sense to say to the child, Timmy, stop. Timmy, stop. No, I would be embarrassed as a parent if you have to say to my child, you're in timeout. What does it say about my parenting style? And this is a problem we're having in so many countries. Lack of discipline, no boundaries. The children rule the roost. It's not common sense. I've had parents say they don't listen to me. You want to know why they don't listen, John? 9 times out of 10, not all, but that's what I said, 9 times out of 10, they didn't start disciplining the child early. AT says, please ask if it's true that it may take up to 30 years for full maturation of the frontal lobe. AT, me go answer that for you. You can be all 78 and it's not mature yet.
A moment. Let me tell you something. Me think, to be honest, first time when me hear say I have parenting class, adulting class, me did I say, what kind of foolishness is this? What do you mean by have to take class if you know if you one parent? For do, you know, adult stuff. But we need it more than ever now, to be honest. We need it. We need these parenting classes. And we don't want to hear about no soft parenting, nothing. You understand? We need some, you know, the training, the people that are train the soldier them in the army, I them need to country and them parents, yeah. To be honest. Cause it is like, how you feel like your opinion and listen to you? Moments, me need your man to really think. You have one on the son, and not talk to him and he not listen. How you would react? Be honest. You can't abbreviate your response.
Well, I will say this. Thankfully, we have not experienced them not listening when we have spoken.
Come my daughter know some you walk on water and me show him what Jesus do, you know. In style, you know.
We're 0 to 100 real quick. So yeah. They're scared out of them to be with. My parents are I mean, as much as calm as Marlon is, and I am the tyrant, I think just me carrying on is enough. And them know if it got to him, problems. Okay, they know.
I've had kids misbehave around me with their parents there. And like, you know, then just move from person to person and get problem. So and then go some pitch for me and me look down. I wheel my neck 2 times right over to them parents and go stand up. Then you hear, I've never seen him respond to anybody like that. Me say yes, because he woke up on roof with a wife. Sometimes when I have to go to these dark places, you see, pity them when I hear so easily, you have to go to some dark places for them understand. And you have to put a finger on them. But they know, say, orange fit your color. Sometimes you have to go to them places, they know, say, prison never make for dog. My daughter hear that come up growing up. And me have to tell a daughter, say, me can drink Milo water and bread back. Don't play with me.
It's so funny we're talking about children. My most challenging one, but just come across when I video on TikTok. My most challenging one. Yes, son of a tree. Even he challenged with the post. But even as challenging as he is, he don't play. He listens. The one that take me to the edge of the cliff. At least he listens. Parents, we have to do better. And I'm going to say this, and as disgusting as it may sound, and as insensitive as I may come across when I make this statement, if you are not prepared to do right by your children, if you are going to engage in physical activity, intercourse, please protect yourselves. Please use protection. Because your frontal lobe, which usually takes around 25 years to fully develop. However, for men, not me saying it, men, it can take into your 30s to develop. If you're not ready for the picnic thing, don't do it. Spare yourself, spare the future teachers, spare society at large. Spare your picnic then. Don't do it. If you're not ready for the journey, don't engage in it. Do not fail your children. What are you gonna do? Dr. AT, She fell, Dr. Leslie fell off. I think she had to go take care of something. That's why. But we'll get the answer. Don't worry. Tomorrow we'll get the answer. Right? 12 years old. Arrested twice. Supposed to show up in a court. Miss court. So the parents them there. They pick me up, walk around with tools to commit burglary. They pick me a thief car. Granted, you know, me remember when me thief out my father car, you know, I was 16 years old. And the reason me thief out my father car and crash the car, you know, right off the well, yeah, almost right off the car, was because my father did promise me, say, him gonna teach me to drive. And he did think it might take a little bit too long. But at least my father car, me crash, me crash the back. Me ain't got thief nobody car. Me ain't got thief nobody car.
And what was the punishment for that?
Jeez, girl, nobody talk about that.
Share it. We want to know.
My father was not even home. He was abroad at the time. And girl, my father not talked to me for a long time. And that was tragic enough for me. Yeah, he put my father care. Go crash the people them car. Yeah. Run it in a one stone wall, right? As a matter of fact, crash it right around one corner, right the wall, right in front of niece, uncle house. Yeah. And my cousin them also right across the street from there. I remember when I crash the car, I come out and I just walk over my cousin house. Like no big deal. And then when the reality set in, that's what I did. And that before me go home. Because I was like, oh my gosh, my parents are gonna kill me now. They're gonna unalive me. You know, every Jamaican child feels that their parent will unalive them. All because of wanting my own way.
A moments, me could have tell you when me I go get beaten, you know. You know the funeral song we go suppose we no beat. My mother will sing that 2-3 days ahead of the beating, and me just in a one corner try to figure out what me did do. What me never remember for do. And everybody, and because I grew with my 2 last aunts, my 2 younger aunts, and then we say, Alexa, what happened? What you do? What you never do? And they're there trying to figure this shit out with me. Because they know it's gonna be crazy. Suppose you know me, it was this song that indicated you're in a problem.
Oh, folks, what can I say? Be parents, that's all. Let me hear what our president is saying.
Jobs were added in New York. Listen, these pitiful Met Gala organizers actually let Kamala Harris walk the red carpet, but they dared to ban me, the greatest president in American history, from attending. This is simply the biggest scandal in the fashion industry of the United States. No one understands the red carpet better than I do. During the golden era I created when I was in the White House, over 100,000 designer jobs were added in New York. But these ungrateful fashion experts now would rather invite Harris, who can't even speak coherently, than allow a real star like me to enter. The Met Gala is nothing but a money laundering club of the Democratic Party. There must be taxpayers and money hidden in that ridiculous gown Harris wore. Just you wait. These corrupt fashion shows won't get any tax breaks anymore. I will make the American red carpet great again and burn all those shabby gowns with socialist buttons. Listen.
This can't be real. This cannot be real. Please tell me this is not real. This has to be AI.
We'll find out when you sign an executive order for that Met Gala next year to ban it. Then you know if it's real.
Hold on. Isn't there like a set amount of executive orders a president can sign for the year? Like they don't have a quota. Like 50 for the year, 25 for the year. Because the money are gonna make them start put quota and then something when they come out of the White House. I swear.
darling.
What we're seeing in the poll. Caroline Leavitt is the White House press secretary. She is increasingly panicked and desperate because of what we're seeing in the polls, because of what we're seeing in the economy. And she went on Fox News last night and delivered one of the most desperate sales pitches that we've seen. And it was rough. It's sort of like desperate to sell a product everybody knows doesn't work. Leavitt made the claim that the trade deals are all moving along in a positive and productive direction. Everything's great. And now things are going to be extra good because Trump is putting new tariffs on the film industry. We talked about this on yesterday's bonus show. It makes no sense whatsoever. Intuitively, it makes no sense. Here's what she had to say to try to defend yet another disastrous idea.
The trade deals are continuing to move along in a positive and productive direction. The Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Commerce, the president himself continue to be engaged on this every single day, keeping in mind the American worker and reshoring jobs here at home. You had a new announcement from the president yesterday, tariffs on the film industry. We're going to make Hollywood great again. And it's just one of the many great proposals the president has had to make our country boom again and to bring jobs back here at home.
So let's break this down. Trump wants to slap tariffs on Hollywood, on movies, as if punishing the film industry is going to revive the economy. You know, the other tariff ideas were bad enough, but this is acutely ridiculous, as if the issue with American manufacturing is Pixar movies are too inexpensive to produce, or it's completely incoherent. And the takeaway is that this is really unserious policy. Most anyone can tell you that you don't grow an economy by putting an import tax on film production. It's just, you know, you can make a case for tariffing semiconductors from other countries to onshore them. You can make the case on steel. You could make the case on certain raw materials or even on some finished products. But the film industry, it just doesn't even plausibly make sense. What you need to do is invest in infrastructure and invest in labor and innovation. You don't pick fights with Hollywood. It just.
But let me say this, that is all a distraction. That right there is a distraction. Why? Where is it? Hold on. Let me see if I can find that.
President Obama, and if I
listen to this.
I give him help because I'm a really good builder and I build on time, on budget. He's building his library in Chicago. It's a disaster. And he said something to the effect, I only want DEI, I only want woke. He wants woke people to build it. Well, he got woke people and they have massive cost overruns, a job.
What's his fascination with Obama and Biden? Somebody explain to me. There is some fascination. They live rent-free in his head. He cannot have a conversation without bringing up Biden or bringing up Obama. What is it? Obama building a presidential center in Chicago. What does that have to do with anything?
Not just Elon Musk and Doge slashing the federal government. A new announcement by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth outlines his plan to slash as well, announcing yesterday a 20% reduction of 4-star generals and admirals, a 20% reduction of general officers in the National Guard, and a 10% reduction of overall general level officers in the military. As the New York Times reports, this continues, quote, the wide swath of job reductions and firings that have marked Hegseth's 3 months at the helm of the Pentagon. According to the latest study by the Congressional Research Service, there are around 800 generals and admirals across the military. So while getting rid of bloat in an institution can be a good thing, the severity of Hegseth's cuts is raising concerns. Jack Reed, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, released a statement that reads, in part, quote, I have always advocated for efficiency at the Department of Defense, but tough personnel decisions should be based on facts and analysis, not arbitrary percentages. Eliminating the positions of many of our most skilled and experienced officers without sound justification would not create efficiency in the military. It would cripple it. It's not.
So are we even going to have a functioning military by the time he's done? By the time they're all done, what are we going to have? You're cutting 20%, and it was said in another news report that it's being cut to come up with to drum up the finances for the military parade.
Our military just got a heck of a lot weaker for Trump's ego. Hear me out. Pete Hegseth has said he's going to fire 37 four-star generals to pay for Trump's military parade. Hegseth was asked to make room in the budget to pay for Trump's military parade. So Einstein here, old drinky poo, came up with the master plan to fire 37 four-star generals from our military across all branches. That's what old drunkie here came up with. Let's weaken our military to give old Cheeto Pants a military parade. These people have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. And if you think you're safe in this country now, missing 37 four-star generals just to pay for this idiot's military parade, you got another thing coming to you. Have a day. Our military just...
I was listening to the ranking member, and she brought up something about Trump talking about Alcatraz. And of course, look, this is just another distraction to divert attention away from the tariffs or rising prices or the struggle on Main Street. But since we're having a hearing on prisons, it's lucky timing for me. So, 3 times more expensive than any prison to operate in 1959, Alcatraz was. Okay, it needs about $250 million to shore up the infrastructure and utilities. All food and water has to be barged in. Sewage has to be barged out. The facility is almost 100 years old. And so I don't get it. In the days of Doge, where we're cutting budgets, we got to find savings. Now we're going to what? We're going to cut Medicaid and SNAP so that we can pour money into Alcatraz. First of all, have you been to Alcatraz recently? It literally is it's a rust box walking around. You need a tetanus shot just to go into the building. Do we still give tetanus shots, or has RFK gotten rid of those? I can't keep up. And so, listen, where did the president get this idea all of a sudden? Right? Where did he get the idea? Perhaps he was watching Escape from Alcatraz, right? And I brought boards because some people are visual learners. Perhaps he was watching Escape from Alcatraz by Clint Eastwood. Actually, funny part about that, it was actually on television in South Florida. It was on PBS South Florida over the weekend when Trump was at Mar-a-Lago. In fact, he made his announcement just hours after it aired. You know PBS, the programming that he's trying to get rid of. So just in case you're keeping up, right? It's 2 dolls for girls and 0 Elmos. Okay. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't that. Maybe he was watching The Rock with Sean Connery. You know this one. This is where Sean Connery goes back to Alcatraz because he originally escaped Alcatraz and he needed like an expert on chemical weapons. Maybe the president was just Netflixing and chilling, like watching The Rock, which is not to be confused with The Rock, right? That's a different person. And then the president's really excited about these sharks, right? He's talking about all the sharks and the person escaped. He lost his clothing. So, sharks, they don't have laser beams on. They don't have laser beams, but maybe the sharks are going to be there. So this is just all ridiculous. But then all of a sudden after that, we heard like, oh, we're going to tariff the movies. Well, hold on a second. Why would we tariff the movies? This is where the president is getting his ideas from. We can't tariff the policy idea making of the presidency. And look, I know what my colleagues are going to say. They're going to say, Jared, just let the president cook. This is 4D chess he's playing.
Listen, right now, this current administration, they're creating all the content that we need for social media. Go right ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, this is all a joke on so many different levels. Answer the question from before. There is no limit on executive orders, unfortunately. That was one of the things that was rarely used and heavily criticized in the past. But it's one of those loopholes that Trump is taking advantage of. So I just wanted to touch on that. And of course, executive orders are not like laws set in stone as well. So Congress can veto them and reverse them as well.
So why aren't they vetoing them and reversing them?
Because it's majority Republican.
So you're telling me that every single Republican up there agrees with every single executive order? None of them not say, whoa, stop.
They need a 2/3 majority.
So you're telling me say 2/3 of them up there don't have no common sense?
Boy, but the other thing I wanted to touch on too is that situation with Hegseth. So I have a sort of a theory on that as well. Being that he's been royally messing up, trying to censor myself. But yeah, being that since he's been royally messing up lately, why not get rid of the people who would even try to hold him accountable? Because I feel like that's been a pattern, in this administration. It's like those who have been holding these people accountable usually end up fired in some way. Same thing with Doge. A lot of the departments that they either are set to eliminate or fired a huge amount of people from were the same people that were investigating Starlink and Tesla and Elon's other companies and all that. It's all a big show. But the way I see it is none of this stuff lasts forever. At some point, when people start seeing how they'll be affected, and when I say people, I mean lawmakers, people in Congress, all that, that's when they're gonna start to move different.
But how long is it going to take, Ozzy? Can we speed up the process for them to be affected so that there can be change, effective change, quick change, rapid change? How long is this going to be dragged out for?
I was going to make a comment, but I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, don't. Yeah, don't get us in trouble.
Let's just say we might need some Super Mario Brothers.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Capiche.
It's gonna take as long as needed for Project You Know What to come to fruition.
This is why it's so hard to pin Trump down on everything. Because to get to substantive policy questions, you have to face down the fire hose of his nonsense and bullshit that moves you off track. His frenetic nature that means
literally moves you off track. You know why? Because I came on TikTok to play a video to support a conversation and I totally got sidetracked. But anyway, let's continue.
Hand ADHD, a viral cloud of his unfocused weaving that gives all of us brain fog. Well, no more. Hi, sharks. When I saw the president of the United States starting out on tariffs and ending up on dolls and parades and pencils, I thought there's got to be a better way to help Americans figure out which of the things it's okay to get upset about and which things are just him f***ing off. So I invented this chart. Let me show you how it works. First, we take something the president said.
Donald Trump says that he is directing the Bureau of Prisons to reopen Alcatraz.
And then we figure out, is that okay? Sure. It's okay. it's the kind of thing that's okay to just let go. It's just a stupid thing to keep us occupied, to lose focus on his.
Hold on. Did y'all see the video where he is having a meeting with the NFL folks, and at the podium, he's supposed to be talking about the NFL. He starts talking about everything else unrelated to the whole thing. But let me not digress. Let me not.
Full policies.
Take over.
Okay, not to take the bait, to not get sucked into. But why would you want to reopen Alcatraz? What the f- is that? Why would you want to do that?
The president says he wants to use the island to, quote, house America's most ruthless and violent offenders in this notorious federal prison. It closed in 1963 because it was too expensive to run and repair. It's now been a museum.
What, did Trump think we're low on prisons? What do you? Although I guess any opportunity for Trump to open a prison and simultaneously close a museum is too good to pass up. But it'll take hundreds of millions of dollars, or I don't know how many dollars and pencils, but it's a lot. Does Doge know about this? Does Alcatraz?
Alcatraz officials did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Because they run a museum. They're a museum. But they're not like tough talking wardens. They're docents with art history degrees. The only person working there is busy fixing those machines that flatten pennies. That's the only person. And here's the crazy part about Trump. He throws out these crazy ideas, and then those crazy ideas have days of shelf life. This is a press conference today announcing a partnership with the NFL draft. But now the NFL guys have to just sit there and nod through all this Alcatraz nonsense.
Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate, right? Alcatraz, Sing Sing and Alcatraz. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz, and just represented something. One person almost got there, but they, as you know the story, they found his clothing, a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Now it's a big hulk that's sitting there rusting and rotting. It sort of represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak. Got a lot of qualities that are interesting. And I think they make a point.
What point?
But everybody standing around him is looking at him like, has this man lost his mind? What does this have to do with why we're here?
That's not.
We have some breaking news right now, the conflict between India.
And I will say, before I turn it over to the next speaker, that of course everybody is welcome to come and see this incredible event. I know we'll have visitors probably from close to 100 countries. We want them to come, we want them to celebrate, we want them to watch the game. But when the time is up, they'll have to go home. Otherwise, they'll have to talk to Secretary No, who I'll turn it over to.
So on that point, is it really safe to have the World Cup here in the US? Because what if I'm here visiting the US? I'm well within my right, and just because of how I look, I'm going to be harassed. I may be walking down the street to go explore through the town, and I'm going to be harassed. Can you guarantee that I will be able to move freely for the 2 weeks or however long I'm going to be in your country? Can I be guaranteed? Can I be assured that I will not be harassed, mistaken for an undocumented immigrant? How can the US, in the current landscape, guarantee that every visitor who is here to support their country or their team be assured? How can every player be assured that they will be able to move freely without any hindrance for the duration of the World Cup?
You're asking for a lot. If people can't even get due process before they are deported, then yeah, that's not happening.
Imagine this. Picture this. Not Vibes Cartel popping up in my head. But picture this. entire Mexican team walking down the street,
Mm-hmm.
and ICE descends upon them,
Mm-hmm.
handcuffs them, and tells them that they're here illegally. And they're saying, no, we're here to play. And don't cross-check, cross-reference, nothing. Bring them in a one bus and wheel them off.
And what is the problem? What is the problem? We don't have no friendship with Mexico anymore.
But they're here to play soccer, not to be harassed.
Okay.
And
they're a
okay,
league.
you pull them over all because they're Latinos, they're Mexicans, you choose to harass them. How does that look? How will that make us look?
The same way it looks for the people who are illegal trying to work and make a life for themselves, and the people who aren't illegal who still getting picked up.
Hold on, Azzy, hold on. AT put a comment on YouTube. Participants are given badges, but AT, let's challenge that. How many legal, documented legal immigrants, even US citizens, even with documentation on hand, have still been put in handcuffs? So a badge don't mean nothing. How many times have we heard the story that they're told their documents are fake? So if a birth certificate is labeled as fake, why can't a badge be labeled as fake? So having a badge, walking with a badge, not guarantee nothing. No guarantee nothing. So how safe is it for the international community to come to the United States of America for the World Cup? That is something we really need to be worried about.
They should cancel that.
I agree.
Move the location. This is not the time or the season. Yeah, it is not the time or the season for that. Too many people would be at risk. Too many people would be at risk.
Especially the Latin players. Spain, Brazil. I was just Spain, but let's focus more on the ones that have a little more melanin in them.
Melanin. Yeah.
Right, so you're talking about South America, Central America, Caribbean, Africa. Do you know what you're doing to those people?
I mean, the players itself, I don't think have much of a risk because they're within the confines of the teams and the travel and stuff like that. But in the World Cup, travel to the country does not even take into account the teams itself, the playing teams. Because World Cup is such a big event that it is the traveling public. It's the public. It's always about the public. When you see the stadiums are so full, most of the time, half the stadium is not even people from the country, especially depending on the match play. Depending on the match that is playing, but a lot of people travel for World Cup. And I think FIFA will lose money.
But do you think he
because
will care if they lose money?
you may not be able to attract the kind of sponsorships you usually have. You may not attract the crowds, and America will lose money from the tourism impact of World Cup. These big events are usually run at a loss to start with. Of course, I don't think the last couple of World Cups was profitable, I believe, but most of the time they run at a loss. So imagine you're putting more restrictions on it. What you'd also find is that Canada and Mexico would see an influx of people. So people might choose to look at the games that are played in those countries, but it depends on how the fixtures go. And everybody want to be there for the finals and semifinals and so on. So, but it's not good for them. It will still happen, but it's not the players. You don't have to worry about the players. It's the traveling public that come to support their teams. Because a lot of people travel to support their teams. And the thing is, what made America really a nice location for it is the fact that it's essential. And when it comes to flying in and out of America, there is a lot of access from all over.
Yeah.
You know, but with the current administration, it will definitely put a kind of damper on the games.
AT put in the chat here, they will have to stand down or they will also lose the next Olympics if the problems persist. Me, sir, just keep it in Mexico and Canada. That's what me, sir. All right, so I finally came across the video I wanted to find, which everything that is going on now, let me rephrase that sentence poorly constructed. With everything that is going on now, this video explains pretty much what's going on behind the scenes. So it supports my idea that what's playing out in front of us, what we are aware of, is all a distraction. Let's take a listen to this, courtesy of MSNBC.
Let's press pause just for a second, because I want to take a look not just at what this administration says, but how it operates. Yes, over the past few days, Donald Trump has made headlines with an AI image of himself as the Pope. Grand ideas for rebuilding and opening Alcatraz and slapping tariffs on foreign films. But I do not want those stories to distract us. And instead, I want to take a moment to look at the stories that Donald Trump is not talking about. Last week, a United Arab Emirates state-backed investment firm put $2 billion in one of Donald Trump's cryptocurrencies. The deal was announced by Zach Witkoff. You recognize that name? He's the co-founder of the Trump family crypto venture, World Liberty Financial. But he is also the son of Trump's longtime friend and special Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. You know, the guy who's been negotiating with Putin. Also on the stage when they made that announcement, Eric Trump. This deal would be a massive windfall for World Liberty Financial, which, as the New York Times has reported, is largely owned by a Trump family corporate entity. And on that very same day, Bloomberg reported that the U.S. is considering easing restrictions on NVIDIA selling chips. Guess where? To the UAE. This would be a huge win for that country. Its progress on AI has been limited by the Biden administration's rules on chips. And now Donald Trump is set to visit the UAE as part of his Middle East trip. Guess when? Next week. And here's another story that I'm guessing you missed, wasn't on your radar, but let's put it there. An international trucking logistics company just bought 20 million of Trump's crypto coins. Maybe they're not trying to buy influence on trade policy. Maybe they are. But my question is, why exactly would a trucking company roll the dice on a meme coin that just happens to benefit the president of the United States? It is reports like this that have us asking over and over, is this White House for sale?
It's already sold. So while we're distracted with everything, all the madness that's going on, those distractions are deliberate so that these things on the back end go unnoticed. AT said, no, this is news. So now we are a used car sales lot or a car dealership. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is a car sales lot. You can purchase marketing spots in the garden somewhere. What else? What else we have going on up there? We have the prayer room up there where you can purchase a spot.
Don't forget the gold card.
You can get a gold card. Yes, you can get your gold card membership. You can purchase a spot in heaven up while you're there. And now we're in the finance business, cryptocurrency world. Yay! And you're going to ask, is it for sale? It's been sold. And I want to ask the 70-something million people that helped with the sale of the White House, have you got your check? Have you got your dividend check? And how often are you getting your dividend check? Because if any uno ever come look for me and tell me, say, uno in the same position before uno did cast uno vote, or if uno want worse or a position, me don't want to hear it. Remove thyself from in front of me. So please, I sincerely hope that you're all getting a check, whether it's monthly, quarterly, biannually, or annually. Make sure you not get a dividend check when it's all said and done.
No. It's $5,000 to have a child. Remember? That's what they're getting. Oh, and $1,000 to self-deport.
That's it? Nothing else?
You asking for too much. This is the United States of delusion. Try again.
My apologies. My apologies. I am so sorry. So sorry. My apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the stories for today on Coffee and Joe, World News on the Go. This has been an absolute pleasure for me. YouTube, pick up on yourself. Thank you so much for your support as always. Mad Libran, AT, and I'm not sure who else is here with us. Thank you. I appreciate you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the engagement on this side. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, God willing, for another episode of Coffee and Toe, World News on the Go. Until then, take care of yourselves. Walk in love, spread love. Please, we need it. All right? See you tomorrow. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.